Hello and a very warm good afternoon from Bassano del Grappa, where we here at Paragliding Live are all.
Here. Right, Tanya here.
Congratulations.
Tanya, you are here. Helena in the middle.
Okay, I'm in the middle.
Can you take your hair bubbles out, please? Oh, we'll have it hair and big as well now.
I'm the only one who got girls.
The team winner from yesterday was Team Jean 1. In the overall, we have still Pepe Maleki with the yellow armband. And second overall, Ross Desmond.
It's his first SRS as well.
At his first experience, what I heard.
First SRS. It's Ross's first SRS.
First SRS, first SRS race. Between teams, Jean 2 is leading.
So he needs the green armband.
This one.
Thank you.
Take a picture.
Put your armband on and go like that.
Oh yeah, I go like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ross.
Okay, we passed through the weather forecast, more or less like yesterday, maybe a little bit less, lower cloud base, let's say 200 or 300 less. Same southerly, southwest winds, a little bit stronger in the eastern part of the race, so the last legs can be tricky. Pay attention to the west from here. The first part of the race is fine, it should not be a big wind, but on the last leg, pay attention to the southwest wind. No rain, maybe some little cumulus, but I don't think you will reach it as you did yesterday. And that's it. Any question about weather? It's quite. It has been quite easy these days. Okay. Notes. We have a new safety phone for today in case you need some help after landing. I always posted on the group. Okay, so pay attention. It's changed from yesterday. The retrieve works as usual on WhatsApp group and with the safety frequency, sorry, the retrieve frequency on the radio. Okay, so only the safety number in case of need is changed. Also today, early takeoffs will be allowed. The task is the optimized route is quite close to the airspace, so pay attention. The wind will drift you to the mountain, so it's not a problem when you catch a thermal. The wind keep you away from the airspace. But I wish to ask you to pay attention to free flyers because they are allowed to go more south than us. So when you spot a new thermal, pay very carefully attention where you are going. Okay, because our airspace is more restricted than normal one. And that's it. Okay, any question? About notes. Now we go to the task, and then today is task 6, the 30th. So we turn right before the start, and takeoff is D18 as usual. The start is that one that we had a few days ago when we stopped it. So it's 3 kilometers around B50, Bassano city center. And yeah, I always forget. It's an entry cylinder because you then have B50 with 1 kilometer radius. Then B16 with 3 kilometer radius is west of us. So from here you go to Bassano and then west. Then again on Bassano B50 with 1.5 kilometer radius. Then all the way to the east to B29 with 11 kilometer radius. And the last turn point is again Bassano B50 with 1 kilometer radius. ESS as usual, elevated 200 meters, 356 meters above sea level, with the 0.4 kilometer cylinder as usual. Total distance 55.6 and through the center is 87.9. Any question? Okay, I will remind you once again, the last part could be tricky, so take your time to complete the task. Let's go to the times. Okay, the window will open at 12, but you can early launch if you wish. The deadline is at 1700 because we need time to have the final results. So it's long enough to have this task, but it's before the normal one. And the start will open at 13:15 as usual. Any question? Okay, great. Well, yeah. Is 1% per meter. Yeah.
Just one for tonight, guys. Just basic things. Get those trackers back early. Every day the staff are waiting for 2 or 3 trackers. It's a real pain because they want to eat, but more tonight, you want to eat. So when all the trackers are back, the scores can go out. 1 hour provisional on the scores, and then we can do the presentation. So I guess we're looking at 7 target.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 7 o'clock target. And as always on the SRS, we got a paraglider to give away on a lottery, random for anybody in the comp. So you've got to be there to win it, of course. So that's the basics for tonight. You don't need your cards because you've got ID cards for the season. Remember, on your ID cards, don't throw them away. If you're coming to another SRS this year, you need the same card. We don't give out cards for everybody anymore. So keep the cards, and we got bits of paper already printed with everyone's name on. So that's the lottery tonight. And there'll be some other stuff in there as well, not just a paraglider. Anything else? Cool, let's fly.
Okay, let's go. Now I have this one from Ozone Photon.
And share the live stream link with everybody you love. And don't love. Just with everybody.
Ok, questa la lasciamo qua se arriva qualcuno, se no la portiamo giù.
Absolutely.
No problem.
I think it's mine.
Yes. You're welcome. Gavi, io trovo un pennareo nero come questo ieri in giro. A me non me lo trovo più. Vabbè, però. No.
Sì, però...
Okay, production, can I get an okay that we're live, that I can go live with the interview right now? Waiting on confirmation. Oben. Wenn du schon weg bist, bist du weg. Ist okay. Okay, I need to go live now with the two pilots. Can I please get live because everybody is hustling and rushing? We can do the intro with Aninda another time. I don't get these pilots another time. Scooch around.
What's up, Pepe?
Okay, just waiting on confirmation that we're live. And then we are having a go. Let's bring it down a little bit. Yes. Perfect. Thank you, production. So here we go. I'm nervous. So we have the current competition leader and legend, and Pepe sitting here right next to me. If you make a consistent good run today, you make goal in the first how many positions, then you win this.
When I'm
fast
going
goal.
in the first 5 minutes, then maybe I win.
Then that is good.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
that is
yeah.
good. So, but we have Ross right here, who wants to take that title from you, of course. What does it need? What do you need to overtake him?
Exactly as Pepe said, I need about probably 10 minutes I'd actually give it. He's got a healthy lead right now, so he is absolutely crushing in this competition.
So you need to be how much, like 3 minutes quicker than him?
I'm guessing more like 7 to 10 minutes. This the way the points are scaling is a little bit different in this competition. They scale based on the range of when pilots arrive. And since we expect probably a lot of pilots to get in goal today with a high range, the time difference is going to have to be larger.
Damn. So you need to fuck up hard?
I need to fuck up when I fly normal and I come with the leading guys in goal. Maybe 10 positions, then I'm safe. I'm happy.
Then you're good.
Yeah. But he need to fly with a lot of risk, and that's never good.
Never good.
Never good.
Never good to have risk.
And he will also save his second place. Maybe he cannot go for too much risk. Then he loses second place, and the second place in the SRS here is a really good place.
Really good.
Do you guys get the subtle warning that we're getting here? Like, don't push too much. I want to keep my place, and you want to be second place and keep that. How much do you want to keep second place?
It is, as he said, it's probably more important to maintain second place.
Okay.
So what I'll be looking for today is Luke is hot on my tail with 25 points. We've got a 70-point gap here, so I'll probably be playing defensive against the field behind me, making sure that I understand who's behind me and where they are in relative to me. And then if I can catch Pepe off guard at the end there, I might take it, but we'll see what happens.
Okay.
It's an interesting race, and it's a lot of fun.
I get it. I think looking at your face, you're having the most fun and you're flying the best with it. That's glorious. That's what we want to see. Oh my God. So what wing are you on?
I'm on a light, so no zone light, and I have green and purple. So if you see that in the air with the orange submarine.
All right. And what like the light is running the same or better than the photon? Would you say?
I would say it's fairly equivalent. It looks like the photon is a little bit on speed, but otherwise it's pretty equivalent.
And maybe a little bit more unstable because it's the light version.
No, it's
not at all.
super stable. I think the other thing though that Pepe is on a 95 and I'm on a 105, so I technically should have an advantage, but it doesn't seem like that's happening.
So in size, you have a bigger
yes.
size.
I have a bigger size.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
Oh, I'm quite happy with my small size.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to happen.
Really nice. Okay, you're flying Photon 2 or what?
No, it's a Photon 1. It's 3.5 years old. It's really old wing.
Damn.
And I have a new line set on it, and the stubby was broken in February, so the glider has a lot of repairs inside. So, but it's still working good. So
I love it.
Yeah.
Great.
I love it. Are you in a submarine harness ozone?
No, it was a sublight.
Sublight.
Yeah, sublight.
That's a hike and fly harness, isn't
Yes,
it?
exactly.
And you're crushing all the guys in their hardcore XC
yeah.
comp
Yeah.
with ballast and everything.
Yeah.
You're killing them? I love that guy.
Not killing them, but I fly with them.
Yeah, but fuck. You're the sublight. I saw you.
Yeah.
No,
He's
no
going great.
way. Shit, we have a lot to learn from him, don't
Yeah,
we? Like,
that's why it's fun.
well, what's the biggest? What's the biggest you want to learn from him? Like, is there a specific?
Yeah, Pepe is able to glide with purpose really well. So when I find him gliding, usually if he's above me, I know I'm going to probably arrive 50 meters even below that. So I find.
How does he do that?
Yeah, it's pretty magic. So I'm trying to figure that out.
I get a lot of input also 20 years before the Venezolaner people called me all the time the master in glide.
Okay.
So they said I make the Malechiando. It's a name for good lines. So, and sometimes I make a circle and bet the god of the Malechiando for good lines to get them.
But how do you do it? Like, do you read the ground? Do you read the other pilots? How do you find this
I
line?
fly since 37 years.
Just experience.
It's a lot of experience, and I'm really open to find the air. And when I see
like
somebody
open perception.
break away, so I look for the ground and the air and the wind shift.
Try to make a.
And then I
make a
think,
line.
no, this must be a better line. So I go in the Louvre side from the thermic. I found a better line most of the time, and I glide better. So
So you
I'm
like
really,
visualize what's going on in the
Yeah.
air all the time.
yeah, I'm really not gliding normal to the next point. I make my own highway in there.
And also important, like I think some pilots just fly with other pilots, seeing them others, and like okay, he's thinking he's climbing, I go there. But you go one step further, when I understood right. You say like he's climbing, why is he thinking he's climbing? Like visualize in the air the whole flow, and
Yeah.
then you try to get that highway there.
Yeah, exact. And I'm also open to look a little bit further away. When I see in 6-7 kilometers free flyers, I adopt them. I want to look why they're climbing, and that's all the time I'm thinking to make a better glide.
It's like the
And
whole
I'm
perception.
really sensitive when my glider is giving me some input,
Feedback,
from the right side. So I immediately go on the right side. I look for birds. I look for dust. I look for smoke, and I'm really open to visible all.
Wow! So you take all the input that you can gather,
yeah.
and you make an
Yeah.
image that you can use
Yeah.
in the air to follow that one.
Yeah.
Love that. I don't want to keep you guys up because you need to crush that race now.
Yeah.
But I would love to carry on like this for 31 hour. One last thing from you.
Sure.
I don't know what. What like? We already covered how to crush him, but I don't know. Do you have any last words before going into this race? What's your motion right now?
I think this is going to be a really interesting race, staying in control over people when they start to make two different decisions, but we're going to see probably two divisive changes today, where people will make a split and then they will have to kind of continue on that split we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see that.
Damn. How do you feel like emotion-wise? Like, are you nervous, or are you like, oh, let's keep it rolling like we did it the last day?
I'm old enough to be not nervous. The nervous must be the other guy that have less points than me.
Love it. Love it. Let the others be nervous.
Yeah.
I just do my thing.
Yeah, just fine.
Yeah.
Just fly. So guys, thank you so much. Just fly and so go.
One
See you
last
there.
point.
Go for it.
Good luck, Russ.
Oh, there we go.
Let's have some fun.
That's going on. Love it. Thank you guys. Thank you, Pepe. Have a good one. See you in goals. Thank you so much. Okay. I had also agreed with Summer to have a little touch and go there, a little interview moment. I don't see her now, so I will just run up to the next Starlink. Let's go production, make a brief 3, 4, 5, max 5 minutes intro with our best commentator ever, Ananda, in the commentator's box, and I will try to get our female athlete and ozone team leader Summer on the screen here, but up there I'll take off with everybody taking off maybe already in the background. So let's go back in the commentary box. Thank you so much, guys. Production, Stefan, roll it, and I'm running it. See ya.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
What? Okay. Okay. Shit, too much stuff to carry. Can't handle that shit. Need help. I need help. Okay, by the way, I don't know if I'm online, but look at this. This is the fucking steep hill we have to walk up every day. And
Task 5, which happens to be taking place as the final day of second edition of sports racing series Skywalk edition right here in the Mecca of European Alps. We are coming to you live and exclusive courtesy paraglidinglive.com, and you can follow the race real time by tracking it online at srs.live as well. Today's task is a very interesting one, and I will be walking you throughout the whole race, explaining where the pilots will be making all the action come true. So do stay tuned. We are streaming this action to you on multiple platforms. Feel free to share it with everyone involved in the sport of paragliding, because this is one of the first times in the history of the sport that a technology like this has been made possible by paraglidinglive.com. Now, without further ado, I'm gonna switch over to the TV at the back in a bit to tell you what exactly is going on with the task. And currently we are coming to you at around 12 p.m. local time, 10 minutes to 12 local time. The race start has been set for 13:30. That happens to be 1:30 local time, which is a trend we have seen so far, which has been fairly successful considering the local weather conditions that exist in the microclimate of here. And talking about climate, while we are looking at the backdrop right here, I would like to take an opportunity and explain you that we are blessed with some of the most amazing racing conditions in the area of Bassano del Grappa. What you are seeing behind me is a zoomed out map of the Italian region, and this is how more or less the development of clouds look later on as the day progresses. Overall, we have seen leaders coming into the goal approximately 2 to 3 hours after the race start, depending upon the conditions. And all you can see is that currently we are situated somewhere within this area between a certain protected mountain, because currently we can only see big development happening further out in the Alps. Now, for those of you who have been following paragliding for quite a while, this is also a location where a world record of flat triangle has been made probably 2 or 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. And I would like you to also have a look at the animation that Meteor Blue is offering right now in front of us, and you can see that we are having almost southerly wind conditions, which were quite identical to what we were seeing earlier. This is the city of Bassano del Grappa. So starting 1 p.m. we will see west wind come into the city, and the task start, if I'm gonna switch up my browser, the task start has been the usual start point where most of the paraglider pilots will be launching from a height of somewhere around 800 meters. And the first turn point is fairly simple and straightforward, heading straight to the city center of Bassano del Grappa. So unlike yesterday, where we were able to go directly westward to the high point of Monte Grappa, the summit of Monte Grappa at 1700 meters, today the task setters have made it a bit more tricky, as the first leg is sidewind to the city center. And I'm just going to open up my ruler here to explain this a bit better. For those of you who are joining us from your home, I would like to mention that you can find a similar view in Skywalk, I beg your pardon, Flymaster live tracking that is available. So without further ado, I have just been given an update that my co-commentator is ready to go live once again on the takeoff. So I'm gonna explain you task 1, and then we're gonna head back live over there. So basically, without further ado, task 1 is towards the southeast direction to the city center of Bassano del Grappa, with a distance of approximately 5 kilometers as the crow flies in the line of sight. And for task 2, please, for turn point number 2, please stay tuned, because I've been given information that my co-commentator is ready with a fellow pilot. So over to you, Yele. Please tell us what's going on there.
second check-in.
In case my production crew is listening, please switch over to Jelle.
Now,
Jelle
please
Johansen
come
is
up
live.
And come live here. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
We need to go and then we go.
Great.
I need you much more frame. That's 3.
Yeah, we'll be good.
What number are you? 5, Marco.
And we are live. I love it. Shut up the rest now. Okay, we're live here with Summer. You're the team pilot of the Photon team here.
Yep, of the Ozone team
It's so
since
great
the
to have
beginning.
you. And he has he's showing us his ass cheek. Welcome to the takeoff, which is, by the way, our backdrop right now. We will probably see some people launching in a couple of minutes, but we're not too stressed. We have a couple of minutes with you. How is that? How is it to be a team leader of Ozone team? Like, how did you get there?
It's amazing. So I've been on the Ozone team from the beginning of the SRS actually, and
like 3-4 years now.
4 years now. This is the 4th season. And it's super fun. The energy is wonderful, and the priority being having fun, flying safe. I've really liked the lack of pressure, and also with the team scoring aspect, where if you have a bad day, it doesn't let the team down. I think that's really wonderful, so people can focus on flying safely and having fun.
In brief, how does it work with the team rating? I read something like the second pilot in goal is what this is giving the score for the day, or
Exactly right. So it's encouraging working together, because the very first pilot in the team into goal doesn't score for the team. The second one does. So as close after the first as the second can come, that makes the team score the highest. So you really want to work together and know when your first has come in, and then the next two don't score for the team that day, but that can rotate. It's not one pilot scoring every day, it's whoever does the second best.
so you really try to work together, having comms together to be like the first one is scouting in a way and trying to really pull the second one with them in a way.
The first one's trying to get to goal as fast as possible, because they have to make it before the second one can score.
Fair.
But they're trying to pass information from the front of the race to the back of the race about, you know, what their glide to goal has been like, what where they are and what climb strength, whether people are struggling or not, things like that, what
But it's
lines they're
mainly-
taking.
It's mainly radio and comms, not
Yes.
flying next to each other and being like all the time there. You're not obligated because of that to fly
You're not
together.
obligated to fly together, but certainly if you're in the lead gaggle, being together is even
that's the
better.
best.
Yes,
that's
the
Did you
best.
have that this time here in the comms?
I lost the lead gaggle fairly near the beginning every day except for yesterday. But Arnold Castro and Ross Desmond and Ulrich have been very tight in the lead
You're
gaggle.
in the team with Ross.
Yes.
We're just coming from an interview with him, and he is now trying to hold the second position, but Luke of the gym team is like right after him. I
On
think.
his heels.
He's like 25 points after him, so like if Ross fucks up, that would be awful. Like, that would be great for the gym team, let's be honest. Yeah.
It'll be a tight fun race.
We just have it because, like, yeah, he also wants to score the first position, of course.
Of
no?
course, yes.
Do you think he will make it?
Against Malecki, it'll be tough. He's a legend.
Yeah. So we need to
but-
block Malaki
Exactly.
somehow, make him fuck up, and then let Ross pass, right?
We hope so, but anything can happen, especially with no FTV. It can be a lot of movement.
Ooh, yeah, but normally you don't do this in this sport. I mean, there are some, like in other sports, there's blocking is a strategy. Here you don't do it. It's a non-contact sport. You don't want to get too close to other people. So
Definitely non-contact. That's bad for everyone.
Non-contact, non-blocking, not risking. But it's a hard thing here. Everybody's on the clock. Everybody's rushing and concentrated.
So talking about the Ozone team,
let's
yes.
go there. Yeah.
One of the reasons that I've so enjoyed being part of the Ozone team for all these years is their support of women in paragliding.
Let's go.
So, there's been women on the Ozone team since the beginning, and they also go further than that. They're the lead sponsor of the Ozone Women's Fly-In Series in the US, which has 40 some odd women at 3 events across the western states.
Nice. Only women?
Only women for the fly-in participants, but it's supported by a ton of male volunteers, families and things like that.
Finally.
Super amazing, and we're seeing that also in the Ozone events in general, but in the SRS, more and more women competing, which is really wonderful.
We have, I think,
19
in this comp of 133 total pilots, which is for those who don't know, like for the grannies out there and the mothers, the percentage normally in paragliding is like sadly the women's are underrepresented. we have like about 10 to
Sometimes less than 10%,
yeah,
depending.
like depending where you are, but like that's the rough number. And we want more women because they fly better, they fly safer. And
I don't know about all the data.
Come on, let's promote it. We want those girls watching right now, or the sisters and whoever. We want more girls in the air. So
absolutely,
why? Because
you
they
don't
fly...
have to be over competitive
No.
or an over risk taker to compete. I came to competition. I was against it for over 10 years of flying. And I came to competition because of a friend of mine, because of Monica, who got me into my first competition.
Yeah.
But it was just to learn, and I broke my cross country record the first 3 tasks I ever competed in a row.
No way.
So it catapulted my flying, but still my goals in competition are not to win, but to learn, to fly with my friends, to have fun, and to be safe. And it's like summer camp. It's really wonderful. Get to see everyone around the world.
The social aspect is absolute, like a big thing why you want to be here. But also the learning opportunity is huge. It's like the school after you did your permit and everything. Here you learn the fastest, the quickest, and the safest also. Like the tracking, the safety managers, it's really good.
Makes it easy to go to different places. And so Monica and I, since we started competing together, we also launched the Sky Sisters Paragliding. We run tours for all women.
Damn.
We do a yoga and fly in Colombia, and just to give more training, more support, more community, to not feel like, oh, I'm the only girl on launch, which has been really rewarding and really fun.
I'm almost a little bit jealous now. It sounds so lovely.
There are many guys who want to be on the Sky Sisters yoga and fly, I'll tell you. Yes.
Isn't it? We need
wonderful.
more of those programs. Then
We
we
do.
can mix it up later again. But like, let's start in a good way with the females and then build it up.
Feeling a sense of community, and that, you know, seeing people who compete, who are women who fly really well, is inspiring, and it feels like, oh, I can do this too.
Yeah, and we want that, exactly
Absolutely.
that. And so, like for today, for the race, what is your goal? Like how you will tackle this task of today?
Well, I had a rough first day, so and done a lot of track log review. Today, I want to try to fly a little bit outside my style. I'm generally very patient and persistent, which gets me there, but not that fast.
Well, here it's
so
even better.
today,
Consistency is paying off here, but let's see today.
it is. Today, I'm going to try to push a bit more, especially into the wind, and not settle for bad thermals, and race a bit more.
What is a bad thermal? What is a good one?
If I can, within this, above like the top 10% of the thermals of the day. So on a strong day, it might be a 4 meter a second thermal. On a weaker day, maybe a 2 meter a second thermal is a good thermal. But in the you have to adjust the bar and change gears. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes with a different style.
In the female category, who do you want to challenge today? Like, what would be the best result? Do you think you could score first place? Still, is that still? in the
Ooh, I
reach?
don't think so.
If
No.
everybody bombs and you go first, then maybe.
If everybody bombs, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah.
But really, I actually like to look at the overall better, more than even the female category.
Yeah.
But Vanya's been flying incredible, really deserves the ranking that she is currently.
Yeah.
And but being able to stick with the lead gaggle for as long as possible would be my goal for sure.
Nice. So you're also but you're aware of the other females flying next to you, and you're also supporting each other across the teams.
Absolutely.
That's lovely. I
Yes.
love that. That's like real sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Sportswomanship.
Sportswomanship.
Let's put it right
That's
here.
the thing.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I think you have to get ready.
Get ready to launch.
See you in the air.
See you in the air. And in goal.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. She's doing my job even better than me. Like, I don't have to ask any questions. We're rolling. I love it. Rafi is probably already gone, right? He was in a rush. He wanted to be quick. Give me 1 minute to try to find him. Otherwise, we go back to production. Or if you do a quick fill in, that's also fine. Gonna be back in 30 seconds. Weiß jemand, wo Raffi aufgebaut hat?
Hey! So everything is ready, yeah?
20, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, you put the camera?
20, no.
Do they not make it white like this? Oh, it's the bad thing about a white glider, how they come so pretty and they go, no, I'm not saying that. Cappuccino. Cappuccino.
Yeah, that's cool.
Gaëtan? Would you have time for a quick chat?
No.
Okay, fair. No problem.
No.
Matthias?
No.
Everybody's getting ready. Then...
Well, I can do it.
You don't have to, but if you have time, I don't want to stress you guys out. You have to race and do it well. Otherwise, I take Tier. I mean,
He's maybe the better choice. Look at him.
yeah, let's try. Let's switch it up. You can sit more comfortable.
I'll sit here.
I go here. Okay. Let me just check in with production that we're still online. This is your mic. Okay, production. Am I still live here? Can I still go for the next interview? Check in there.
Yeah, you're live.
You checked on the stream? I'm so confused, but okay. We're still live. Great. Now I'm talking to myself on Zebra. Okay. Tier.
Hey.
Goldsmith, we talked yesterday. You made goal with 3 minutes ahead.
Yes, exactly.
That was a magic move. I loved that one. Will you pull it off today again?
I hope so, but if the opportunity shows up, but I think it might be tricky today.
Yeah.
The flats, we're going to be flying a lot in the flats and there's no clouds, so I think we'll stay in a group all the way to the end.
Yeah. So everybody's a bit more cautious, you think?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Except if the day turns on and we get some clouds, and then it will be quite
you get
quick.
like 3, 4, 5 meters per second, then you're like, okay, fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's race this.
But I think the crucial point in this task is the last leg to come in, because it's going to be really in the flatlands. You don't really have a choice.
And it's against the wind?
And it's in headwind, yeah. So,
damn, so you want to come in high, even with that goal line that we have, the elevated one, 200 meters over the ground.
You have to climb extra to try and get it. So.
Yeah. And where would that the extra climb be? Can you do it at the ridge and then push out and do it all in blind?
No, we'll have to tag the turn point that's out in the flats, the furthest to the east.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to find like 2 or 3 climbs before going to the Bassano turn point and then making it. So it's gonna take.
So towards Bassano and then you go with the wind to go.
Yeah.
Okay, but the Bassano leg is the problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of similar to yesterday, but
but other conditions probably. Is the wind stronger?
No, it should be weaker, I'd suspect. But
yesterday we made it.
Yeah.
It was tricky.
It was, but we had nice cloud streets and stuff, so.
Yeah, that helped.
Yeah.
That helped a lot.
Today might be a little more of gaggle working.
The little hills seem to work. Be a good choice for today.
Yeah, I mean, for the whole beginning of the task, you kind of have 2 choices where you can either stay in the flats in these little hills, or go in on the mountain.
Okay.
But for the last section, we will have to go in the flats, and this is where it's going to be
you have to work together,
interesting. Yeah.
And then know exactly the point that you had yesterday. Well, to know when you leave it.
Yeah.
And this is the moment where really there's the decision. Then everybody's on bar going 60, 70.
Yeah.
Pressing,
Exactly.
crouching in, and just praying.
Yeah, exactly, for a little bit of lift on the way or something, you know. So.
Crazy.
Yeah,
okay,
should be nice today.
No clouds.
No, not really, not yet, at least.
You can see them already climbing there, so we have something going up. That's great. Start of the race is in a bit more than 1 hour.
Yeah.
How you feel? Like last question is like how you feel like? Do you want to prove again? Like want to be in the front, or are you like yesterday was lucky and today is another day and maybe I'm having you in the first 20?
Yesterday was lucky. He's always lucky.
What is your opinion, Luke?
I want to follow
Why is your team performing like that?
follow the lucky one.
Follow the they want to luck.
Yeah.
No, but like, what is your take on today?
Actually, I kind of do better if I fly more relaxed. So yesterday I was really relaxed, and the first days I was kind of stressed and pushing too hard. So flying more relaxed helps.
Trying to keep that groove.
Yeah, exactly.
Chilled, but
try and stay in the zone and don't get taken over by emotions.
I just talked with the overall leader, Pepe, and he said also like, those can be nervous.
Yes.
I'm used to this, and the less I'm stressed, the more I'm aware of the surroundings and can put the picture together where the best line is.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's flying a hike-and-fly harness,
yes.
an very old photon.
Yeah, but he's flying great. Yeah,
it's crazy.
But he's like the person that has done the most competitions I think ever.
40 years of flying at least. It's
and he flies really good. So
lovely.
Difficult to keep up with him, but
yeah, he has this sixth sense.
Yeah, he can find the lines and find the good lift.
In there.
Incredible to see.
20 Matthias, okay. Good. Sorry. I think we need to get back to. You need to get.
Yeah, I need to
yourself
get ready.
And we will figure out and get everybody live in the air that we can get. So thank you so much.
No problem.
The best of luck.
Thank
but
you.
also relax, chill,
Yeah.
and on point.
Enjoy
and
the day.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thanks.
Have a good one. See you in goal.
Yes, see you in goal.
All right, I think that's it. Yeah, let's hand it back to Aninda. We're gonna get ready here, prep and check the last live streaming pilots. We have like 6 or 7. Shit, I said it. Equipped, and we will see how many, like the technical issues, the connectivity. It's always a challenge. We try to get the best out of it. We're happy when we have like 2-3 pilots streaming already, and then we can switch between the connections. That's how we work. So that's how we work, because you want to see this, and we want to keep doing this, and want to keep him happy, make a professional paid pilot out of him, and that's why we need you guys. Subscribe, like, share this, and you can also donate to us, help us build this up better, get more people to help out, because I'm working 19 hours a day right now for 5 days straight. I'm still here smiling, but we need your help, your donations. If you want to donate to a streaming pilot, or a streaming pilot that we have on air with us, just tag the name in when you donate something. Otherwise, check out the links in the description. You'll find everything there, also all the sponsors. Check it out and have some fun. Let's go back to the producers and to the studio, to Aninda, so he can give you a good overall picture of the strategies before the start, and maybe some background infos on our streaming pilots, because they're personalities, like this beautiful young guy up there, Mark Janaway, which
You've looked up before, more than once. And one day looking up isn't enough anymore. You take that first step, not because it's easy, but because you've decided. You don't know yet what it will take. The early mornings, the failed launches, the wind that doesn't care about your plans. You go anyway. Then, the mountain, the real one.
When it's okay for you, you can start.
You run. You trust. And the ground lets you go. The city below. The same streets. A different angle. And people who share that passion together with you. The feeling gets better. The air more familiar. Your head gets free, and you start flying. And after all, sunset, grass under your feet again, that laugh. This is what further feels like.
Alright guys, welcome back to the commentary box. I'm your host Aninda Singh, and you were listening to my colleague Jelle Johansson bringing in more live and exclusive reactions from the field right at the takeoff. Now, as I was walking you guys through to the task, I would like to pick up where we left off, but before we do that, I do want to welcome our new viewers who are just joining us. We are Team Paragliding Live, and we are coming to you with live and exclusive coverage of Sports Racing Series 2nd edition of the race, sponsored by Skywalk Paragliders right here in Bassano del Grappa, the mecca for the art of free flight. And if you're wondering what exactly is the screen behind me, I would like to request my producers to beam the screen up to the streaming service so that we can explain what exactly is happening right now. What we do have is a weather map explaining the 55 kilometers of speedy racing action that is awaiting us in the skies of Bassano del Grappa. So today's task, guys, is a very interesting one, and I'm going to get to it because last time we got cut off at the first leg of the task, but it's 55 kilometers of non-stop racing action coming to you right over the city center of Bassano del Grappa. We have multiple pilots joining us from more than 30 countries, and we have had some absentees here and there because most of the time this is the time in the competition when fatigue finally starts to set in and competitors start to feel the heat. So there have been some pilots who have pulled out due to small niggles here and there and fatigue issues, but more or less the whole field is back in action, and I would like to get you guys up and running to the top 10 of the competition who have a real shot at podium right now. Because if we look at the leaders point for the moment, we have Andreas Maleke from Deutschland, that happens to be the country of Germany if I'm not mistaken. He's flying a combination of ozone photon and submarine harness, and one of the most celebrated pilot in the sports racing series category. His sponsors are none other than the ozone gliders themselves, the National Federation of Germany, which goes by the abbreviation of DHV, the instrument maker Navitaire, which has most reliable racing instruments in the form of Audis and Mini Audi and stuff like that, and Air 3 is another instrument maker which has been making a name for itself, have been supporting Andreas Maleke along with their local sponsor MVZ 24 and PepeAir.de. So huge shout out to all of these guys for bringing in their support for the pilots like Andreas who can come here and prove their mettle. So Andreas Maleke happens to be in position number 1, leading with an overall score of 3,870 points after almost 3 or 4 valid tasks, if I'm not mistaken, because one day was a cancellation. So in case you're wondering why you see 5 streams already being published and this being the 6th one, that is because one day we had a cancellation due to weather issues. So Andreas Maleke is followed closely by Desmond from USA, who is flying a light version of the ENC paraglider. That is very interesting that the leader of the race is flying a regular production version of the ozone photon, which happens to be the offering in the sports class of paragliders, and the person coming in right behind him with a difference of almost 70 points. So unlike super final, there is a little bit of gap to be made, because what we have seen for the followers who have followed me more or less over the past few weeks, you have seen that there was coverage provided from the super final as well, and there the leaderboards were looking a whole lot different. But I would like to also mention that this SRS competition, that is the 2nd edition in the racing series of sports class gliders, happened to be carrying the most amount of WPRS points. So I'm gonna just cut over to the visuals from takeoff, where we have just received confirmation that one harness has launched in the air by itself. So a bit of a drama going on, but no humans involved is the confirmation. So I'm gonna the visuals that you see on your screen are where there is a glider on the autopilot mode. So it'll be interesting to see what retrieve looks like today for the drivers, because there probably is still instruments hopefully attached to the wing, and the landing in currently westward conditions, because we are seeing more or less west wind dominating the Italian part of this area right now, the Bassano del Grappa part of this area right now, beg your pardon. So we will be sure to bring you more updates on the harness and the wing combination that has decided to enjoy the art of free flight without a human involved. Talking about artificial intelligence, maybe this is becoming a regular part of the competition racing series, where some sort of virtual control can allow pilots to race from the comfort of home rather than going all the way, but only time will tell. And coming back to the leaderboard, we were following the first two pilots who were separated by a distance of around 70 points, difference of around 70 points in between them. They are closely followed by Luke Nicole. Now, Luke Nicole has been one of those pilots which you have often seen on our screens time and again as the race has progressed. So he happens to be one of the streaming pilots, and we'll be sure to bring you more information on Luke Nicole, because right now his best result has been number 7 in the 2023 season, and currently he is very well positioned himself in the top 3 with a combination of 3,775 points, who happens to be in the Gen team number 1. So Luke Nicole, a very strong contender for the podium positions here at second edition of SRS Skywalk edition, following the lead group of Andreas Maleke and Desmond from US with only a gap of 30 points. So a lot will depend on the task, and if I'm going to take this opportunity, I'm going to ask my producers to switch over to the TV screen and beam it across the streaming platform so that all the viewers can find what exactly is the task looking like. And I'm going to take this opportunity to explain you the legs of the task. Now, this looks like a very symmetrical task when we have a first glance on it, and more or less this task is all about fast-paced racing, a little bit of strategy, a little bit of tricks here and there, but more or less it is total non-stop action happening right in the city center of Bassano del Grappa. So for those of you who are joining us locally, this is one of those days when you would like to put on your sunglasses and sun hats and a ton of sunscreen and head outside to see all the gaggles and these paraglider pilots creating magic in the air above the city center. So without further ado, I'm going to put on my ruler and explain you, because the first leg of the task is going in the southeast direction. Now, this is a trend that we have seen organizers and the task committee take over the past few days. That also tells you the prevailing weather conditions that exist in this side of the world, because a lot of times we have been blessed with south wind, and more or less when the sun is at its brightest and heating up the earth during the most effective hours of the day in the afternoon, as we are joining to you at 12:22 local time with about an hour and 10 minutes to the in-air race start. I would like to remind you that the race window has already been opened and pilots are taking off. So at this time of the day, we are often seeing a lot of southerly wind with a tiny bit of western component. So usually what we have seen is that the first leg of the wind is either first leg of the task is either into the wind or with the wind completely. I beg your pardon, with the wind or a bit sideways to the wind, and then the second legs are usually the ones which are going into the wind, which starts to shake up the leaderboard a bit here and there. The notifications that you were seeing on my screen were from the pilots being confirmed by Flymaster tracking as they have detected their takeoffs. So a 5-kilometer leg to the city center of Bassano del Grappa over the civilization, followed by almost directly into the wind leg. And if I'm going to open up my ruler and show you where exactly they are going, they are basically going towards Faravinciento. I hope I'm saying the name correctly. And this leg happens to be a 12-kilometer leg going around to the westward direction, southwest direction. So I'm just going to zoom in and show you where exactly is this following. This is following a bit of a mix of small hills, so not exactly flatlands as per the dictionary classification, but we do see a bit of tricky racing conditions, unlike yesterday where the first leg of the wind was heading directly towards the summit of Monte Grappa, and what we saw was absolute fast and furious racing action as explained by the series leader, co-founder Brett Janeway, when we had a chat with him once he landed. So in case all of you who are interested in following that live updates, deferred live now, please do click on the channel link below. You will see task 1, 2, 3, 4 all listed chronologically where you are able to go ahead and see all of these actions. So Brett Janaway mentioning a very important point, fast and furious, as he liked it and as all of us do here as well, because when the pilots are having fun in the air, we are also sharing the joy up in our own ways wherever we are joining us. So if you guys are interested in letting more people know, do feel free to share these links with your friends, family and colleagues, because as I mentioned time and again, that this has been one of those unprecedented revolutionary era in the sport of paragliding, where we are beaming you live and exclusive visuals courtesy the team here at paraglidinglive.com. Much kudos to my producer Marco and Stefano for helping us out in bringing all of these visuals for you. So like, subscribe, share, show us your love, drop in a comment. Love to hear where you're joining us from. We would love to give you a shout out and let people know all of this magic is happening. So multiple pilots are taking off, including the pilotless harness and glider set, which we are tracking, and we will be bringing you more updates. But I would like to take this opportunity to explain you the next and the most longest leg that exists in the task as we go directly back towards the eastward direction with a distance of 24 kilometers. So the longest leg happens to be with the wind leg as well. But I think what will be really interesting to see is that whether the pilots and the gaggle take the inward route, because eventually, if you remember yesterday's task, a lot of these pilots were happy trying out the flats, and few of them also bombed out along the way, including Serge Durant, who we had a call with in air, and he was getting low, and his expressions at that time were telling us how difficult it was to fly in those conditions outside compared to the conditions of the big mountains where ridge racing and fast-paced action was becoming a norm. So we'll be sure to bringing you in-flight commentary as well, and we'll be talking to pilots inside the air as well and asking them how the air quality is treating them and what exactly is happening. So a lot of creative action coming your way. Do stay tuned, do stick with us. We are looking at a race start of about a little over an hour from now. Currently local time is around 12:30, so a lot of exciting actions coming up. But coming back to the explanation of the task, we have 24 kilometers leg, as I mentioned, with the most optimal line once again passing through the city center of Bassano del Grappa, heading over in the direction of Feltre and Belluno towards the eastward side of the takeoff. So once they have reached this section, it's a fairly straightforward back flight in the direction of city center once again. So city center being tagged multiple times. So one thing is for sure, this will be tricky but a very picturesque and historical flight above the town of Bassano, and we will be sure to bring you more information on the town of Bassano, which happens to be one of the meccas of free flight, because simply for the fact that it is situated in the southern edge of the Alps and is often protected from bad weather. And as I was explaining this, I will come back to the last set of the task, and I'm going to ask my producers once again if they are able to beam the television behind me to the viewers right there, because what I would like to do is I'd like to take this opportunity and show you guys the weather view that we are facing here. Because if I zoom out, what you can see is that there is a fair bit of big mountain range at the north direction of this geographical features. What we can see is that most of these big mountain ranges are protecting the city and the local area from the bad weather. So often known for its big grassy launches and huge landing fields. Yesterday I was just taking a walk with my colleague and exploring the area, and one thing that I could not So what I'm going to tell you is that I was walking around the fields of Bassano del Grappa. I have just had my confirmation from the producer that the TV is finally being beamed on the screen. So instead of my hand, I would like you guys to follow the cursor that is that is happening. So these are all the big mountains which, as I was mentioning, protecting the town of Bassano del Grappa. So if I'm just going to zoom in and I'm going to show you the weather for today, this is how it looks like, where most of the wind is coming in from west direction and also a little bit of south direction. So as I was mentioning, the next leg of the task, if I'm going to go back to that view over here, the next leg of task is basically, you can call the one after turn point 3. So turn point 1, you can call it the start cylinder, which is currently red in the viewpoint right now. It will head over to the first turn point directly into the wind towards the flat, followed by, with the wind, a leg of somewhere close to 24 kilometers. And by this time, the turn point number 3, the gaggle would have completed somewhere around 60 to 70% of the distance. This is very interesting because yesterday we saw Peter Goldsmith following a line of his own and managing to get a lead of somewhere around 3 minutes, which is unprecedented, because as I was mentioning, that this competition has somewhere around 77 WPRS points up for grabs. And if you guys have been following the race for a while, these are the highest amount of points that have been available for the point. So currently what we see is that once the race comes back to the city center, all they have to do is put in a 10-kilometer leg which comes back over the city center. So as I was mentioning earlier, Bassano del Grappa is one of the most exciting flying sites, simply for the fact that it is an ancient city which was inhabited since prehistoric times. So a bit of a trivia and fun fact here, that there's a castle inside the city and there's a very famous bridge. So if you Google up the name Bassano del Grappa and go to the images, because that is what I was doing. For example, if I have to go to any other place, I'm just looking up the images, how the place looks like. So you will see a very famous photograph of a castle being built over the bridge, and that is basically telling you the prehistoric design of this city compared to other architectural wonders that exist in this area. And one thing is very important to mention is that there has been a lot of wars and conflicts in this side of the world. So pilots get to fly not only over heritage but also over legacy that has been created over multiple times. So more or less, coming back to the flying part of Bassano del Grappa, this is a city where it has a very specialized and consistent microclimate. And I would like to share my own personal experience. I was here approximately 4 or 5 years ago during the New Year's Eve, where I was celebrating bringing in the next year just before the COVID, around somewhere in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And I do remember flying on the first or the second day, if I'm not mistaken, in Bassano, and I was still able to circle the thermals of somewhere around +2 at that point in time. So one of the most consistent flying sites, which is more or less suitable for most levels. Later on, as the day progresses, I will show you the beginners coming into land early on before the thermic activity heightens up to its core. So a lot of schools, a lot of paragliding pilots, a lot of individual solo pilots coming, a lot of groups. In fact, if you have been avid reader of paragliding groups, you will know Kelly Farina has published a very insightful book on the sport of paragliding called Mastering Paragliding. He happens to be based in Bassano del Grappa as well, and runs his own tours. In fact, one of the very senior most and selected paragliding pilots in the women's racing circuit, Claudia Bulgakov. I had the chance of meeting her yesterday, and she was mentioning that multiple pilots from all across the world are choosing to call Bassano their home, simply because of the consistency and the ease of access to takeoff sites and the well-maintained flying pastures that are available, along with the huge landing fields that exist in the city of Bassano. So if you have been wanting to go to a place which allows you fair bit of XC while giving you the safety of easy retrieves and the Dolce Vita, which is only called usually associated with the southern part of Italy, then Bassano will give you a bit of a trailer and will make sure to quench your curiosities that exist with having consistent flying sites right in the heart of Europe. Venetia if I'm not mistaken, with the name of the airport called as Marco Polo, happens to be the closest airport to come in here, along with Milan, not that far away. So a lot of easy options of transportations to reach. And in case you're wondering, this is another one of those websites which allow us to see the transportation and the retrieve options available as well. And I think what you can see right now is that with a little more than an hour to go for the race start, we are seeing multi-window view, where on the right top corner you can see our sponsor Skywalk showing their own visuals. Skywalk happens to be one of those brands in paragliding which has stuck around and created a name for themselves, and they are currently coming out with a lot of new and exciting projects. And over a period of time, we have seen Skywalk designers come regularly on our show and enlighten us with their new views and explain the new offerings that are coming up. In fact, for those of you who were joining us the past few days, we had the chance to speak with their athlete Marcus Anders from the Skywalk factory team, who also happens to be one of their designers, who was instrumental in telling us that there's a very interesting harness project that he's working on in time to come. And the first look of that harness, even though we were not having the permission to videotape it at that point in time, but the first look of the harness will be available in the early days of Xperience. So stay tuned for that. Paragliding Live team is bringing you total non-stop action from the heart of the sport, from various competitions all across the world. The calendar is full. We are excited. We are doing our own bit, and we would love to have you do your own bit. Join the link, join the tribe, subscribe, like, share, let people know, most importantly, that all of this technology has become real and is not a fantasy anymore. And all of these images, as you can see to the top left corner of your screen, we are seeing live visuals from the takeoff, where we are still awaiting the update on the self-flying harness that is going on. But right now what we do see is a lot of pilots have already taken to the air. And on the top right corner of your screen is another visual of our title of another sponsor. So in case you are listed, in case you're interested to see which all sponsors we are working with, a lot of them have been listed in the links below. So just check out the description link below. There you'll also find a donation link in case you want to support our work that we have been putting in here night and day the past few weeks, more or less, with the super final as well as with this one. And what we do promise is to continue bringing you high quality racing action from the thick of the gaggle, right in the middle of the things. And today, as well as mentioned earlier, we have a number of pilots that we are going to speak with at any given point in time, whenever the connection allows us to do, because as I've mentioned earlier as well, that currently we are dealing with a bit of an experimental technology. But without further ado, I'd like to finish the current explanation of the task. And basically, after we have tagged turn point 1 and turn point number 2, what you can see on the right bottom corner of your screen is a lot of pilots finding themselves and positioning themselves right. I'm just going to switch over to live tracking view, where it's a bit more animated. So what you can see is that currently here exactly is the start point where most of the pilots are starting. So all of these symbols which you see are walking are the pilots who are waiting in start line. There is a priority list for the start of the pilots as well, and we're going to bring you the priority list that has been published in the chat. Now, one thing I would like to tell you is that when there's a bunch of pilots, now bunch I mean like about 100 or more pilots who are waiting at the start line, there is a lot of traffic. And when that happens, and with limited space on takeoff, you often have tempers flaring and asking people who wants to go first. So that is why there is a bit of a priority list that is made in an order to ensure that there is a bit of decorum maintained. So today's priority is headed by none other than Andreas Meleke, who happens to be number 1 in the overall standings, followed by Ross Desmond, who is trailing Andreas by around 70 points, or a little less than that, around 63 points if I'm not mistaken, followed by Nuke Licol. As I mentioned earlier, Nuke Licol, the Gin Team factory pilot, also sponsored by Cross Country Magazine, having a difference of somewhere around 25 points from Ross Desmond, followed by Marcos Sommerfeld. Marcos Sommerfeld, again, one of the pilots flying Genie Race 5 and GTO 3, who also happens to be 4th overall and is his first in the first competition, first sports class competition that he is running. But currently I have been given confirmed update that he's a Swiss pilot who loves competition flying and also is an avid flyer outside the competition. Now, one thing is very sure is once you see Marco Sommerfeld in the live tracking, you will always find him in the lead gaggle a lot of times. So do check out his name, do stay tuned, and we might even have him on our streaming in time to come. Marco Sommerfeld is closely followed by Carlos Lopez. Carlos Lopez is a Portuguese pilot who's once again on the GIN team as well. So very strong bunch of GIN team coming together with all their factory pilots and making sure that they are able to make it count when it matters the most. And what you can see is on the screen, on the right bottom corner of your screen, that there are multiple pilots who have already taken to the air. Some of them are finally exploring the westward side of the takeoff, just figuring out how to make it count and look good, and are able to get an altitude of somewhere around 500 to 700 meters above ground level. There are a few pilots here who have just gone directly in the northward direction of the takeoff. If I'm going to zoom in, there is a small gaggle of around 5 to 10 pilots who are more or less helping each other find the core of the thermal, and they still have a little bit more work to do to figure out how to get high, because as I've mentioned earlier a lot of time, that start position can be one of the most instrumental race results, can be one of the most instrumental in defining how your overall race looks like, because that is what will eventually be responsible for figuring out where exactly are you tagging the next turn point or the next thermal. Over a period of time, you have seen a lot of pilots being able to stay high and get high, but that also depends a lot on the climatic conditions. So coming back to the task, I would like to also explain that the task is more or less fairly straightforward, with a 55 kilometer total traveling distance by the pilots in the air. And currently, once they have completed the last turn point, I'm just going to switch over to the ruler view here. They have a simple and straightforward 4 to 5 kilometer race to glide. So I think more or less once they have tagged turn point number 3, turn point number 4 is a mere formality for taking a turn around and coming back with the wind. So it will be a fast finish, it will be a low finish, but whatever low it is, it will still be above 200 meters the ground, considering the ground level, because this goal has been an elevated one, unlike the other competitions where we are used to seeing the goal on ground and have an end of speed section. So we have been bringing this to you multiple times, that sports racing series Skywalk edition happening right here in Bassano has been one of the first competitions in the sport of paragliding to completely abolish the end of speed section. Now, for those of you who are joining us now and do not know so much about paragliding, I would like to mention that there was an end of speed section which was a part of the competition to ensure that people were not racing too close to the ground. Because what really happens is that since we fly a collapsible wing, since we fly a wing which can be deflated at times, we would like to give our pilots a safety margin, and that safety margin is the margin where they are a little bit higher above the ground. So we are also, I have been given confirmation from my producer that we are trying to make contact with pilots who will also be talking to us in the air. So do stay tuned, we might make a connection with one of our pilots very soon. But coming back to the task, more or less, if you are able to see, basically I'm gonna just zoom in for a bit. It's after the turn point number 3, it's a fairly straightforward race to elevated goal with a 5 kilometer mark, and most of the pilots will be finding this fairly easy. So the only tricky task right now, tricky place in the task, the one where they are into the wind after tagging the turn point number 1. And if I'm going to give you a tiny bit of visuals, this is how the landing field looks like for the goal line. And as you have seen the past few days, we have consistently brought you live and exclusive visuals that are available right here in the town of Bassano del Grappa for Skywalk edition 2026. So we'll be sure to bring you more updates as and when they happen in the race. And what we're gonna show is that the visuals on the left side, left top corner of your screen, are from the pilot called Serge Durant. Now Serge Durant has been one of those pilots which has had a fairly Serge Durant has been one of those pilots which has got a fairly wide experience in flying aviation aircrafts, and he has been one of the fixed wing pilots. He has flown military aircrafts, he has flown commercial, and finally the art of flight the love of art of flight has brought him to racing paragliders in the sky. And he has been one of those pilots who has never shied away from showing his passion in the art of flight, from flying whatever flies on the planet. He has been an integral part of the X-Pyrenees as well, and a hike and fly competition where he raced for his native country Australia, where he also comes from. Has been hang gliding, surfing and chasing adrenaline in whichever way he finds it fun. More or less, Serge Durant is also one of the integral members who will be talking to us as a part of our team in the air. So stay tuned for more updates on Serge Durant. We will be sure to bringing you more information on as and when he races, but I'm just going to switch over to live tracking and show you what exactly is going on. And we see Brett Janeway getting up in the air as well and getting ready for the race. So Brett is at a height of around 354 meters currently. So if I zoom out a little bit, I'm not sure how much the screen is able to capture. I'm just going to try and bring my camera a bit closer, and I'm going to check with my producers if we can beam the TV screen to the audiences that are watching us directly on this feed. So what we would like to tell you is that the field has gotten in the air and is starting to position themselves accordingly, but more or less we are seeing most of the field members sticking higher up in the mountains and not taking a lot of courage and risk to go out in the start circle. So I think more or less the field has realized that the lift is in the good part of the sky, and they want to basically get high and stay high in that side, and will probably make a race to the goal, to the start line later on as the field progresses. So currently what we do see is that multiple pilots are finally starting to get above 500 meter point. So I'm just going to go over to the ranking part, where we can see that the second symbol column here shows you the above ground level altitude. So in case you see the highlight of the numbers here, this is the altitude that pilots are above ground level. Now all the pilots who are clicked here are the ones who have already been launched and take off in the sky, and we see some numbers climbing beyond 500 and the tallest ones reaching up to 1000. So I'm just going to click on Aurelius, who is joining us with an altitude of 1300 meters, with almost 800 meters above ground level. So a little bit of deferred. I think that has been updated currently at almost 1000 meters. So I'm just going to zoom out and see Aurelius is one of the first pilots who has decided to explore the area of start circle now. So Aurelius will be marking the viewpoint for everyone else. And if you're wondering what exactly is the red arrowed line, that arrowed line is the one which shows you the shortest path to the starting circle. So if in case you're wondering that these why do we have concentric circles, then I would like to mention the circle on the red that you see the cursor moving around is the start point. So anywhere between this circle, the leaders of the race can position themselves, and considering they have to head over to the turn point number 1 into the wind, I reckon they will be positioning themselves somewhere in this area instead of going directly over the town, because this is where there's the shortest distance to the good thermic areas. But Aurelius not losing any height over this course so far, showing us that there is fairly buoyant air that is available in the skies. So what we're going to see is we're going to probably see quite a few pilots joining him later on as well, as he marks the lifty line. And you can see Aurelius is not just going in a simple straight line, he is trying to twist and turn and figure out where exactly would be the best lifty line, which is a lot about what paragliding tells you in decision making. It's not a straightforward race to goal as we have seen more or less in other conventional sport. In paragliding, there's quite a lot of observation that comes into the game as well, and a lot of these observation skills are developed after years and years of practicing. So currently we are joined by Matthias Helm on the top left corner of our screen, where you can see the launch on the left side. That is where the pilots have just taken off and are exploring the skies of Bassano del Grappa in finding the quest to the most efficient start point. On the top right corner of your screen, I would like to give a shout out to our sponsors for making this race a real possibility, without which the sport of paragliding wouldn't come so far. So as I mentioned earlier, if you would like to support our sponsors and our work right here, we do have an active link which is available in the description below, and that is the link which is activated for donation. So go to paraglidinglive.com/donate, where you can help us monetarily, because a lot of this hardware and every other technological piece that we bring into the sport costs a fair bit, and we would love to have more support so we can increase our offerings and give you much better coverage in time to come. In case you are not able to support monetarily, that's completely fine as well. The easiest way to show your support is by liking and sharing and subscribing to the channel, because the other day me and the production team were talking that how exactly can we bring in the money and get a return on investment, and we were like, why don't we start running ads? The advertisements are only possible to be run once we have reached a subscriber count of about 1,000 numbers. So currently we are fairly short of that, and we would like to invite you to join our channel and help us increase our subscriber count so that we are finally able to reach the monetization levels. So on top right corner of your screen, you can see the advertisement from Jin Gliders. Now Jin once again has been one of the very instrumental manufacturers in the sport of ENC class category pilots. And one thing that I would like to mention is that Jin team pilots have been given a specific team color that they are racing only for sports racing series. So if you notice a Jin glider with a color blue on their wing, then that is a Jin factory team pilot, which is also bringing in good results from the sports class racing series over a period of time. Jin has 2 teams in the competition, and we will be sure to bring you the 2 details of those 2 teams that Jin has. And more or less we can explain that currently number 3, 4 and 5 podium positions are occupied by Jin team pilots. So Jin team pilots in the position number 3 are Luke Nicole, Marco Sommerfeld and Lopez from the country of Portugal. Carlos Lopez, I beg your pardon, Carlos Lopez is leading the Jin team 1 with the score of 950 points. Now one thing that I would like to point out here is that the team standings in the sport of paragliding are often defined by a very critical rule, where it's not the number 1 pilot who defines where exactly is their team standing. In fact, it is the number 2 pilot and the score of that second pilot which decides the positioning of the team. So what we see is that Carlos Lopez, being the Jin team pilot, having a score of 952, does not contribute to the position of Jin team, which also happens to be the number 1 in the standings. In fact, it is another pilot, Aurelius Andrilianas, I hope I'm saying his name correctly, from Lithuania. I am extremely sorry, Elias, if I'm not, but I hope you are able to understand that you are the one who's contributing to the real success of Gen Team Pilots, with just a difference of 2 points from Carlos Lopez. Aurelius is coming in at 950 points compared to Carlos Lopez 952. So overall score of Gen Team Pilots stands at 952, which is separated by a thin margin of 10 points from a second team of Polish pilots calling themselves Netsu. So Netsu is the name of the team of 4 Polish pilots coming together, chasing the leaderboard of the Gen at 940 points. Now, one thing that I would like to mention here is that Skywalk, which also happens to be the title sponsor of the race, has sent a very strong and appreciable contingent containing of their lead designer Stefan Gruber, along with the stalwart Marcus Anders from Germany. So Austrians and Germans making up the team of Skywalk, which also has a Polish pilot with them, along with Timotheus, another German pilot, and most of them are flying Skywalk Mint. So one thing that I would like to mention is that every single pilot on Skywalk team is flying and testing out their Mint glider and flying a combination of Genie Race 5, except with the exception of Marcus Anders, who happens to be flying the X-Alps range, which, as I mentioned earlier, is not gone into commercial production yet for the fans of the company. Instead, it will be available for first looks in the early days of X-Pyrenees, which is starting in the second half of June. But more or less, it will be available to the general audience for the year after the current one, where the X-Alps is slated to come back. So the Skywalk team trailing the Polish team of Netsu with almost a difference of 17 points. So what I think one thing that we have seen overall in this competition is that the difference of points between the leaders and the trailing part of the field gradually increases as we go further down in the standings, and this is something which is quite similar to the gaggle flying tactics as well, which we have seen over a period of time, because the leaders are able to pull and increase the gap. So we'll be sure to bring you more action from the lead gaggle in time to come. We have about 30 minutes to race start, and right now what you are seeing are live and exclusive visuals from Matthias Helm available on your screen. So on the right bottom corner of your screen, we are able to show you guys the current task settings, and I'm gonna bring you more live and exclusive updates in time to come from the city of Bassano del Grappa. I am your host Aninder Singh, and you're joining me in the commentary box of Sports Racing Series Skywalk Edition 2020. I'll be bringing you more updates because currently we are flying a race to goal competition in the cross country format. Today's task has been given and set at around 55 kilometers, and we have almost the positioning of paragliding pilots right in front of us. So I'm just going to move the area between the cursor area between and show you that majority of these pilots are trying to head over to the northern side of the racetrack, and as you can see that most of them are trying to find the thermals further up in the northern side. So I'm just going to switch over to the view and show you that currently Aurelius, who was fairly high above the ground a little bit longer ago, is finding himself quite low at the moment right now above the terrain. But this does not mean that he is anywhere close to bombing out, because the terrain itself is an elevation of around 800 meters. So currently we are getting very beautiful and live coverage from Gen team pilot Matthias Helms, and as you can see on the top left corner of your screen, Matthias Helms is flying a Gen team color of the glider that has been colored in the blue and white configuration. So all of these updates will be coming to you very soon in time to come. We're gonna cut off to some sponsors in a bit, and I will be joining you very soon with more. So as mentioned earlier, Matthias Helms is joining us from an altitude of 1400 meters. And what I'm going to do is I'll be coming back to you guys very soon, because right now you are seeing visuals from my co-commentator Jelle Johansson flying his ozone photon at the height of 900 meters. So I'm going to leave you with that, and I'll be back very soon with more updates. Stay tuned. More updates coming your way. Do not go anywhere. Alright guys, welcome back. I'm your host Aninder Singh and you are joining me along with a competitor Gaetan Gerber from 1600 meters altitude in the Italian foothills of Dolomites, and Gaetan is 29th in the overall standings. The Swiss pilot flying an Ozone Photon, currently in his second SRS season, because the first one in 2024, I beg your pardon, third SRS season, because the first one in 2024 he was positioned 29th overall as well. So Gaetan, fairly consistent flying, and our screen has switched to Serge Durant right now. Serge Durant flying at an altitude of 1550 meters, positioning himself fairly high above the gaggle in the thermal. So I'm just gonna switch over the view and try to find Serge in the positioning here. So the easiest way to do that is to go to the live tracking link that is available, and we're gonna see where exactly is Serge Durant, because all of this views are also available to you guys sitting back home. All you have to do is head over to srs.live and go to the live tracking that is available. Currently the live tracking behind me you see is Flymaster live tracking, where you can see all of these details, and we have a confirmed visual on Serge Durant as well in the backdrop, as you can see. So I'm just going to bring my camera a bit closer. As you can see in the multi-view window down below on the left bottom corner of your screen, we have the track of Serge Durant, where we can see his search area. So more or less this is where the takeoff happened, which is on the further downward end of your screen. And one thing that we have seen, that the majority of the pilots have decided to stick to the hills. So this is going to be very interesting when the task finally starts to proceed, because most of the task today, unlike yesterday, has been set by the race committee out in the flats. Although yesterday it was a fairly thermic day and the dynamic lift was combining along with the thermic lift, allowing the pilots to have scintillating, fast-paced racing action. But today what we are seeing is the further tricky conditions, allowing pilots only a distance of somewhere around 500 to 600 meters above ground level. Now that this might seem a bit low, but if we look at the local SRS legend Paul Tuckat's, what we can see is that Paul is consistently able to position himself a bit higher than the other remaining pilots. We'll be putting a tracker on Paul Tuckat's very soon, so that we are able to see his visuals, because right now what we see is that Paul is at an altitude of 1600 meters, and the green track that you see on the left hand side is made by the pilot Andreas, and the darker track that you see behind me is made by Christian Durant, who also happens to be one of the leading paragliding pilots in the sport coming in from the country of Australia. We had Christian talking to us yesterday while he was getting a bit low, and eventually he ended up bombing out. But I would like to also mention that we have multiple pilots on our list today that we will be speaking with. On top left corner of your screen, you can see the pilot Matthias Helm. Matthias Helm has been flying fairly well in the competition and is currently joining us from the height of around 1200 meters above ground level. So what we see is a congregation of gaggle above the foothills of Italian Dolomites, where we see most of them are still unable to find a optimized start position except one, and that is Martin Basto. Martin Basto has been one of those pilots who has finally found the courage to go out and explore the flats, although he has done only so after crossing over to the westward sides of the start point. So what we can do is, we are getting confirmation that one of our pilots is in the air. The co-commentator Jelle Johansson might like to pitch in with his audio. So I'm just going to ask my producers to give me a thumbs up when Jelle is ready to have a chat with us, and we'll be bringing more live and exclusive racing updates from Jelle Johansson up in the sky. But while we are doing that, I would like my producers to switch the screen to the iPad that we have over here, which shows us the live view of SRS, although that is also available on the... Okay, I have just been given confirmation that Jelle Johansson is up and live. So over to you, Jelle. How are conditions in the air right now? What can you tell us about them? The flat to look forward to getting closer to the race start turn point, because we are a little bit shorter than 15
Let me know if that
minutes
works.
away
Hello,
from
hello,
the start
hello,
of the
mic
race.
check, mic check. Hello, feedback. Should be on now. Should be transmitting. How are we doing? We got it? Okay, we're live. Okay, hello everybody. Sorry, I just had to figure out the phone for a sec and the mic. As you see right now, you see so Aninda's just talking to me. Like you can see in front of me, we are quite high. I got fortunate here with the guys, finding some good reaching thermal somewhere, but those guys down there weren't that lucky. They're a bit low. I think I see Mark Janaway right there on his Tigra. Some people are quite low. We're fortunate up here, we can control them now. We can use them to our advantage to find the next lift. Good. Then we're on here. And we're gliding towards Bassano. This is the old Cittavecchia, Bassano village over there.
But I flew the beginning.
Alright guys, coming back to the live stream from our pilot Getan Gerber, who also, as we were speaking earlier, is a part of the Alpine team for Ozone paragliders. And one thing that I would like to mention is that Getan has been one of the bigger pilots out of the ones who are racing this competition, flying the largest available glider size. And a fun fact about Getan is that he only started paragliding 4 years ago. So if you are one of those pilots who has been wanting to go out and try and race the sport of paragliding, this is not a very far-fetched dream if you work hard like Getan and bring in all your expertise. But one thing I would like to mention about his dedication is that Getan has lost around 20 kilograms to fly the competition gear. He has also been told and known to love the competitive spirit and has been enjoying a lot of soaring flights and putting in a lot of work in ground handling, with his personal best flight of that being of 200 kilometers out and return in his area of Swiss Alps, where he mostly chases big thermals in the spring days whenever he gets a chance to. So Getan Gerber will be one of the pilots that we will be bringing you live audio updates in time to come, along with Christian Durand, who was on our screens earlier flying the submarine. I'm going to ask my producers to see if we have feed from Christian, because he was having a very interesting hand position at that time. What we saw that a lot of times pilots do realize that the drag that exists or when you're flying through the air is also coming through the hands. So a lot of competition pilots, what they do is they put their hands on top of the harness to try and reduce the air drag. And what we can see is the hand position of Getan Gerber tells us how exactly he is piloting his glider, because the loop that you see going through his hands is called the brake loop, and these are also called as control lines. Now these lines are the ones which are responsible for changing the direction of flight. So for example, if you would like to take right or turn the whole aircraft in the rightward direction in a slow motion, then the intensity at which you pull down on these control lines is what really matters. But right now we see in Getan's hand, these control lines are not exactly tight. So what he is doing is he's holding on to the control lines just in case he would like to bring them in use, but realistically he is controlling his gliders with a much more immersive set of lines, which are also called B lines. So B line steering is an advanced form of flying paragliders which is only used mostly on two-liner class of wings. Now two-liner class of wings is another one of those areas of paragliding where you are upgrading from the conventional three-liner class of wings, because three-liner wings are the ones where you are able to have a larger safety margin. Now that safety margins that exist are very essential, because in the art of free flight you have to ensure that you take all the details into consideration. So I have been given confirmation that the start of the gaggle has arrived into the most field of the gaggle is starting to arrive in the start line. So the start of the race will be available to us very soon, considering if we are looking at the screens in front of us with the trackers, we will see Getan also heading over a little bit further into the flats as they try to tag into the race area. So what we are probably seeing right now is a countdown timer that might need some correction here, because is there a confirmation? I'm gonna check with my producers that the race has been started already. So we would like to, I think the visuals that we are seeing are right after the start of the race, and these visuals are coming from Getan Gerber, who is gliding and cruising at an altitude of around 1000 meters above ground level. And as you can see, more or less, once we will get a chance to put the other screen on top, majority of the gaggle is not forming a selected fairly straightforward line. They are forming a more or less widespread strategy where a lot of pilots are able to help each other by showing which the lifty lines are. And in case you're wondering Matthias helps. Why is he looking away from the front? That is because exactly for that reason. A lot of pilots right now are able to see the details of how the air mass is behaving when they look around, and that is Jelle Johansson, our co-commentator, working to show you around as well. So what we see in front of us is real-time tracking position of pilots, where the leading pilot gaggle of the group is looking towards the left hand corner of your screen, and there's a bunch of pilots who are trying to find their own best position available to make sure that they are positioning themselves in the air mass which the pilots in the front are tagging for them. So we will be following some of the other pilots live as well, and while we are speaking, let's go down to the view of Getan Gerber and try and see if we can have multi-view in the window pane that is available to our viewers at the moment. So the 55-kilometer task, guys, as expected, has started to run, and currently the leaders are realistically able to figure out how the air mass is treating them once they see the pilots in the front of the gaggle go and chase the first turn point in the westward direction. So what we do see is that a lot of pilots, as we can see in the tracking behind us, which is on SRS.live. Now these guys are the ones who are possibly in one of the best position to head towards the turn point in a very immersive line, which allows them to follow the contrails formed by the imaginary contrails, I would like to mention here, because a lot of times when a glider moves through the air, the one who's flying behind can see the dynamics of the air and how exactly is the sink and the lift panning out in front of them. So a lot of these pilots are finally able to make their way to the first turn point in the direction one after the other, with everyone trying to find their most optimal line. So very diverse set of talent here coming together, explaining us how it looks like. And to be honest, from the air, this will probably look even better, and we'll be sure to bring you more visuals as and when the race takes place. Currently, what we see is that there is a possibility to have more views. So I'm just going to ask my producer to switch over to a multi-view, and we're going to follow that pilot live and see where exactly their positioning is in the skies if possible. But while we are doing so, I would also like to mention that the speed bar is one of the most important components in the paragliding sport, because that is where exactly the difference between the gliding and the distance is proven. A lot of times we have been mentioned that the ones who are flying slowest through the air are also able to maintain the height for longer, because what exactly happens in the speed bar is a lot of times pilots are increasing their angle of attack. Now this does give them a lot of speed, but a lot of times this also ensures that the angle of attack comes at the cost of a lot of sink. And if you are able to see it on top left corner of your screen, we have our co-commentator Jelle Johansson trying to gain some height in close proximity of the wings. Currently we are just awaiting, I've been given confirmation from our producers that we are just awaiting better signal in the coming mean. But while we are able to do that, we have some interrupted views of the thermal where the pilots are still trying to get high and get a little bit of more altitude before moving over to the other side of the field. So I'm just going to switch over this view and show you guys how exactly the start gaggle is positioning themselves, because what we can see is a lot of pilots are able to position themselves further up in the right bottom corner of the screen. And what we can see is that currently we do have confirmation that they went back to the mountain to make some time and the height that is required to move towards the first turn point, even though they don't take the optimized line, which is the line where you find most leading points. So this is the real-time tracking in front of us, and what we can see is that the most pilots were further inside towards the flat over the city center of Bassano, while they were trying to get some height, and after doing that they have decided to go back to the mountain. Now the reason for this is because majority of them have realized that mountains are working much better than flats, and as you can see from the viewfinder in front of you, Matthias Helm is also circling at an altitude of around 800 meters above the mountains. So most of the gaggle trying to play it conservative, trying to stay sensible, and trying to basically stick to the lifty lines rather than smaller ones. And what we saw right now was just how close gliders get to each other. This is proximity flying at its finest. I would like to give you guys a disclaimer of not trying this at home, or if you are a fairly new pilot, flying close to each other is a skill that is developed over a period of time. So every single pilot that you see in this race is a fairly experienced one, and they have put in hours and hours of work. We have the visual from Christian Durand joining us at about 1000 meters above ground level, gliding at a speed of 45 kilometers an hour. And if you see his right hand position right now, you can see that Christian is bending a lot on the B risers, and these B risers bending shows us that Christian is piloting his glider through the actions of speed bar. So Christian Durand leading the field right now. We'll try and track him on the location and see where exactly is he, and currently we see he's fairly high above the ground and walking to and flying towards the first turn point through the mountains. We are facing some glitches in the stream right now where there is some problem, so do bear with us. There is some issues in the stream at times because we are often conflicted with a lot of network coverage areas, and as I mentioned earlier, the network coverage in areas such as the mountainous regions is a bit of a hit and a miss always, because that is where the signals are at their weakest. But somehow we are able to get you direct feed from our fellow pilot Matthias Helms, who is again able to maintain his height much higher than everyone else at the height of around 862 meters, and still climbing or descending depending upon the air mass. And we get such a beautiful visual of the Jin gliders. As we have mentioned, that is a custom color that the Jin team is flying so far. And what we can see is Matthias Helms is constantly checking his wing again and again. That does let us know that even when Matthias is piloting his wing, as you can see from the B risers as well, the air is a bit more trickier than expected, and in the backdrop you can see some cumuluses forming in the southward direction. So it will be very interesting to see how the sun heats up these slopes and makes them warmer. And we have a money shot coming in from Getan Gerber, who is gliding low over the treetops. But I would like to mention to the fans of Getan that he is still able to maintain his height fairly high, as the terrain itself is quite big and round over here. So there will be enough chances for Getan to find lift in the coming areas. Although what we can see right now is that Getan is able to maintain his position with the leaders and is getting closer to the turn point number 1. Currently we are about 5 to 6 minutes to the race into the race, and most of the pilots have decided to simply go forward and keep it fairly simple. And I've just been given confirmation that the more cirrus clouds that are coming in the viewfinders in front of us are actually making thermals weak. So even if the gliders currently are able to maintain their position, that is because they are flying in the right place. Once they are out in the flats, this cirrus development, the fine lines of clouds that you see on top are the ones which will make conditions in flats a bit more tricky, and that is why you see Matthias circling with a group of other pilots, even though they are flying at an altitude of around 930 meters, because a lot of times it's much easier to find lift higher up in the mountainous regions rather than out in the flats. And unlike yesterday, we had our first in gold Tier Goldsmith mentioning that it was almost a 5-kilometer glide, a very buoyant glide, where he was able to maintain a 3-kilometer advantage, a 3-minute advantage, I beg your pardon, to the trailing team. right now we see Matthias trying to be conservative along with another group of pilots who are trying to figure out on how to find the most optimal line in front of us. So eventually what we'll do is we'll try and track Matthias Helms on the map and see where his position is, because right now we do see him not very far from the town of Bassano del Grappa. So while there are consistent pockets of lift that are allowing us to show there will be possible faster racing action, there is often sink also found around the lifty air. So what we are seeing right now is basically the first gaggle head over towards the first turn point. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and ask my producers to switch over to the multi-view window where we can try and bring Matthias Helms into the picture to show our viewers where exactly is Matthias Helms. So from here on I'll basically take it and show Matthias position, and what you can see right now is that Matthias is positioning himself in the gaggle, and while we are doing so there has been confirmation that one pilot has bombed out already. I'm going to ask my team to check up on it and reaffirm if that is true, because a flymaster has detected a landing of a pilot. So what we see is that most of these tracks are still being formed around the areas of the higher mountains, whereas the optimal line towards the first turn point is further out in the flats. So if I'm not mistaken, most of these guys will try and bob over these hills and try and figure out the best lines towards the turn point number 1 eventually. But right now the pace of this race has been slower than expected. So as we can see, Jelle Johansson is joining us from almost a similar area, although not an official part of the race. He's an official part of the commentary team and will be joining us very soon later on as well. And I beg your pardon, I have been given confirmation that the bomb out was not actually a reality, which does make sense because most of the pilots are finding themselves still fairly high. So probably a bit of a glitch in the Frymaster tracking, that somebody got closer to the ground, and that is why the tracker detected them to be a bit more stationary than expected and gave us the landing option. But right now we are joined by Gaetan once again, who is right over the treetops, trying to go fast as he always loves his racing style, considering he has been a cross-country pilot and enjoying his flying more or less. But Gaetan is basically in the front of the gaggle with yesterday's winner Tyr Goldsmith to the right of the viewfinder. So very exciting race heading over to the front of the gaggle, and we will be very soon seeing more pilots chasing them towards the turn point number 1 through the mountainous route. So do stick with us. All of this live and exclusive coverage is brought to you courtesy Skywalk Paragliders for the second edition of Sports Racing Series, and Gaetan basically soaring low over the big mountain plateau, and what we see is the Italian architecture at its finest in front of the small houses that you can see in your viewfinder right in front of you. So the visuals on your screen are coming courtesy Paragliding Live, a revolutionary technology service provider which is bringing you all of these visuals straight at the comfort of your screens wherever you are watching us. Do let us know. And while we are doing so, we would like to take a comment from one of our viewers who says that, is it hard to poop in the air? I think I can definitely confirm that yes, that is not really a possibility, and you have to finish all the business before you head out to ensure that you are able to maintain comfort that is needed. And I have just been given confirmation that Christian Durant is back with the leaders as well, so we'll be sure to bringing you his live feed as well as and when it becomes available. Christian Durant, Gaetan Gerber and Tyr Goldsmith making the lead gaggle heading towards the turn point number 1, going through the safer route of mountainous regions rather than the flats. And what we see right now is a fairly distinctive marker of the road on the bottom right corner of your screens from Gaetan, and Gaetan has consistently managed to find lifty lines as he's heading towards the turn point number 1. Now, one thing I would like to mention here, that if you observe Gaetan's hand, you can see there's a lot of movement. That means the pilot is having to give a lot of corrective action to the gliders, because these gliders do require constant controls, and especially when the air mass is dynamic and lifty, there is of course sink at the same time in different places. So a lot of times, if to keep them inflated and to keep them going up front in the right direction, these gliders are requiring firm and important quick control on the risers. That is why we see Gaetan scanning his visuals, and there is a mirror on his left hand as well, which I was explaining to you guys earlier as well, that this mirror is often used to see what goes on behind. And in case you are wondering why his cockpit looks a bit black, the reason for that is that he has a flight computer in the front of his cockpit right now, and this flight computer is the one which is basically your one-step solution to all single questions in the air, because piloting these gliders is demanding enough, and dealing with all the analytics that come with that is another fair bit of work. So a lot of pilots are required, in fact it's a mandatory requirement to fly with a tracker along with a flight computer, which gives you details such as the height distance, the glide required to the goal, the next turn point, the glide ratio that you are currently in. So a lot of times we see these instruments being carried up in the cockpit, which is the most convenient position to place them. And currently we see visuals from Gaetan Gerber in the front of the lead gaggle, with Christian Durand not very far behind him, and in front of us we see 2 more gliders in the viewfinder. Now I'd like to mention for the paragliding geeks who are joining us for this race, that so far the sport of paragliding has been defined by multiple ways of scoring, and we also have one of the sport's most senior-most scorers, Ulrich Jesop, racing in this race as well. And this scoring is basically determined on 3 different factors: time point, speed point, and time in goal, or race like arrival in goal. So basically what happens is you are given a circuit that you are supposed to complete in a certain period of time with a deadline of ending, and then the one who completes that circuit in the quickest way possible collects the highest amount of time points. And then there are distance points, which means that the one who's able to complete the distance to its entirety collects the most distance point. Now I'd like to mention, in case you are wondering, that with 130 pilots, if 70 of them do land in goal, then who will collect the distance points the most? Then I think the simple answer to that I would like to give you is that the distance point do remain same for every single person who lands in goal. So as long as you are able to land in goal and not bomb out or fall short of that, you are fairly able to collect all the distance points that are needed. So deciding the final outcome of the race comes down to the time points and the arrival over the finish line itself, because a lot of time a goal line is mandatory to collect all the distance points. In case you land even a few meters short of the goal line, you do miss out on the distance point. And as we can see from the visuals in front of Matthias and Gaetan right now, both of whom are in the lead gaggle, we can see that the cirrus development in front of us is becoming thick, and they are being pushed further out in the flats. So I think as the race heads over to the second part of the task, we will be seeing slower and slower airspeeds, because we can see that Gaetan has managed to lose almost about 100 meters in the past few minutes, but he still managed to stay fairly high along with the other leaders who are in the same position as we are seeing them now. So Gaetan choosing a middle line fairly carefully, managing the way forward and going further closer to the first turn point. So I'm just going to try and bring you more such facts from the leaderboard in time to come. But what we do see is that pilots are getting a bit low on the ridge, especially the ones who are trailing. So after about 40 minutes in the race, we have confirmation that Magdalena Janove is the leading lady and happens to be the first overall in the 2023 and 2024 standings, and also has another very impressive record to her names where she won the most amount of tasks in the female category in 2025. So a lot of talent coming along, which we can see in Magdalena Janove, consistent performance keeping her in the lead multiple years in a row, and she has also been the 5th ranked female pilot worldwide and also finds herself in the top 20 oftentimes when she's racing with the others in the open category as well. So more or less a little bit of ridge racing action, not as fast, because right now we see the visuals from Christian Durand at an altitude of 1200 meters, so a bit higher than the leaders who are still managing to collect all the leading points and push a bit closer to the ridge, heading towards the turn point number 1. And what we can see is that we are almost 40 minutes into the race start, and currently we have still a fair bit of distance to be covered. So I'm just going to try and bring out my ruler and see the majority of the leaders are almost about 2.5 kilometers away from the first turn point, whereas a lot of pilots who are still finding themselves further out closer to the start point are finding a gap of 7 kilometers already opening up between themselves and the leaders of the race. So very interesting dynamics going on early on in the race in the first few kilometers, because currently most of the pilots have managed to come about 6 kilometers but further away from the most optimized line, where they have managed to stick fairly high above the terrain. And right now we will be figuring out where exactly the remaining pilots are in time to come, because most of them are still able to manage to stay further high up with the gaggle, trying to find most amount of lift along the ridge areas. And what we do see is that there are some pilots who are still stuck around the takeoff areas, but at least they are getting very fairly high. So about a 500 meter elevation that we can see on the back side of the ridge, on the back side of the racing of majority of the pilots. So very soon I will be sure to bring you live visuals from outside the commentary box as well, because we are positioned in a very nice location where we almost every day get to see the race coming all over the place in the mountains behind us. And in case you are joining us right now, we are coming to you live and exclusive with such amazing visuals from the skies of Bassano del Grappa, the historical Italian town, where we have been bringing you all the action from task 5 of the Skywalk Paragliders sponsored sports class racing series, second edition of the year 2026. And this is the last day of the racing here for the sport of paragliding in sports class before the whole tribe moves on to Slovenia, where our team will be working relentlessly to bring you all the updates at the comfort of your TV screens or your mobile screens or wherever you are joining us from. Do let us know, guys. We would love to give you guys a shout out. Thank you for your appreciations for the ones who have already done so, because as I mentioned earlier, this is one of the projects that most of the people on this team have to bring the sport of paragliding live and exclusive to the comfort of your homes or wherever you're joining us. So you do your own bit. Let us know what we can improve on. We are always looking for suggestions. We are always looking to know more. And feel free to share this with more people in your circle so that they are able to know that all of this magic is being made by a very motivated small group of individuals who are working relentlessly to bring you all the racing action whenever possible from most of the exciting races that are available in the sport. And for more information, you can log on to our website paraglidinglive.com, where you will be able to see more such details on the schedule that is available on our calendar. And right now what we do see also is that we have our sponsors banners being continuously played in the bottom corner of your screen. But I would like to take your attention to the visuals that are coming in from Gaetan, who is floating over the incredible architectural wonders that the Italian have constructed over such mountains. And to be honest, this has never been beamed live across the screens to other pilots so far, but Matthias Helms on the other end choosing to be flying a completely different line, but finding himself much higher at an altitude of around 1200 meters and still climbing, or not sinking at least that quickly, with a cruising speed of around 40 kilometers an hour. And coming back to our sponsors, we are very thankful to the banners that are being displayed down below on your screen from Ozone Paragliders, along with the Bruce Goldsmith, Jen, and every other brand that has blessed us with their support in one way or the other, where they are able to join in and bring in more such awesomeness with all the other pilots. And what we do see on the top left corner of your screens is our co-commentator Jelle Johansson bringing you more live racing actions from the second gaggle of the field so far. And while we are doing so, I'm gonna go and check back on the race leaders and see that Jelle is trying to bring out more such information. So I will be bringing you the live audio commentary from Jelle Johansson very soon. And while we are doing that, we are trying to figure out where exactly the leaders are. And what we do see is that leaders are finally able to get forward but still find themselves a bit low. So tagging turn point number 1 will be a bit tricky than planned, and very soon we will see majority of them have to figure out a way to bring out their tagging abilities to turn point number 1. So I think we have confirmation that Jelle Johansson is joining us with audio commentary. Jelle, please let us know what exactly is the dynamics in the gaggle. Over to you, Jelle.
Yeah, just record. Okay, so here we are. I'm with the high guys. We're getting all the high we can get, and there's something on the table here. We're now rolling, I don't know how high, but like 1200, I would say. Right in front of the stretch here. I'm trying to right between two gaggles. One that is high and one that is a bit low. One same nice level from the sound. I don't have the screen right now.
Be quicker than them, come on. Oh, come on. Seriously?
And it's a bit spotty, it's a bit turbulent, a bit touchy. We're after quite some. You feel the wind up here, you'll have to go at least half bar, if not like 70% to get the trim speed that we want to have against the wind. So that makes, at least a 15 to 20 headwind. Making it choppy up here, making it hard to push against it. So I think I'm with a good group here, taking it a bit slower, getting the height, and then pushing on to the next safe one. But we have a good leading gaggle down there, stretching right now pretty low in front of a nice old town there. Enter the thermal. There we go. And
Alright guys, so we have lost connection with our co-commentator Yele Johansson, but Yele bringing us all the live and exclusive racing action with his comments mentioning that the climbs, when you are able to core them, are fairly high and taking you further up, as we can see in the view in front of us in the screens that you're watching us on. So Yele giving us a bit of a detailed information in the air, explaining how things are, flying his ozone photon, and I think currently we do have confirmation that not a single pilot has been able to tag the first turn point as we speak. So it'll be very interesting to see when exactly will they be able to get the turn point. And right now I think most of them are still trying to play safe, and most of them are trying to figure out the most optimal line towards the turn point number 1. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, and while we are doing so, we would like to remind you that currently the whole task is set at around 55 kilometer mark, and the leg that they are flying right now is into the wind, where the conditions are most trickier than expected. So we have some confirmation that Yele is back with us very soon, joining his commentary from the air. So bear with us, we are bringing you more updates from Yele from an altitude of around 1000 meter with the second gaggle floating over the town of Bassano del Grappa. So I'm just gonna check with my team if Yele's commentary is available, and yes, I have been given confirmation that yes, Yele's commentary is available very soon, and we are almost about to bring it to you. We are waiting for a better connection in the air from Yele when he's able to beam those visuals along with the audio as well. So what we'll do is we'll continue to track the developments as and when they happen towards the first turn point, and I would like to switch back to the live tracking that is working around right now, and we finally see some pilots making the move because of their slowing down in the beginning. We saw that the second gaggle has managed to catch up with the first gaggle, so a lot of strategy will be involved in winning today's task, because today's task, even though fairly straightforward, can prove to be a bit tricky in such conditions. And what we do see is that pilot number 194 Muhammad Ali Gargi and Luke Nicole and Stefan are the first ones, along with Gethan, who are coming at an altitude of not very high, if I'm not mistaken. Like, most of them are finding themselves approximately about 100 meter above ground level, which is a bit of a concern. Maybe not for Luke Nicole, who happens to find himself at least a couple of 100 meters above, but the most daring duo of Stefan and Muhammad Ali are finding themselves fairly low. So it'll be interesting to see if they are able to sustain this early attack that they managed to put up. I'm gonna request my producing team to try and give me a multi-screen view so that I am able to show the attack of the leaders right now that is happening. And what we do see is that both these pilots were one of the early leaders who decided to go in and collect most of the leading points, but every risk does come with a reward. And so what we can see is that while they have been able to collect the leading points along with Teer, Goldsmith and Luke Nicole, most of them are able to not find the height required. And what we can see is that Gethan Gerber, who was one of the leaders for the race until the first turn point for the first leg of 10 kilometers, is finding himself lower than expected. So we will bring you confirmation in some time that there has been confirmed touchdown of quite a few pilots. So Gethan Gerber has been confirmed landed as of now as we speak. So we do feel sad for him because we have lost one of the most amazing streams from one of the most willing pilots. So More power to
Guys,
you,
really
Getan.
good
We
connection here
have
right above the town.
Alright guys, bear with us. We are facing some technical difficulties where somebody is trying to beam the images along with the audio right in our ears. So we will be bringing you more updates about what exactly is happening. I'm gonna request my production team to switch over to commercials and allow me to figure out the technical glitches that are happening in the back end. Commercial production team, please do the needful as early as possible. Let's do this. Go.
This was a message from me, just to test on some audio. We're currently running the rig flat. The glide is quite good. Some people low, but we're maintaining good altitude to reconnect to even the takeoff height. We should manage that. But you really
have a fair bit of height at about 1100 meters above the ground level, and what we can see is that the leaders who were attacking with a fair bit of aggression in the beginning have kind of found themselves a bit alone because the trailing gaggle realized the bomb outs and have stuck further behind and tried to get high and stay high. And I would like to remind our viewers that we are coming to you live and exclusive from the town of Bassano del Grappa in the landing fields of the Hotel Garden Relay, where we are covering the Sports Racing Series 2nd edition race in this year, brought to you courtesy of Skywalk Paragliders. I'm your host Aninder Singh. You have been following my commentator Jelle Johansson, and the racing action from Task 5 is beaming your way for a 55-kilometer race to goal task that is underway right now as we speak. And what we do see right now is that majority of the pilots are taking it fairly conservative. Once we have the visuals from somewhere in the gaggle, I'll show you. The cumulus clouds are not that visible, and instead it's the cirrus ones who are making most of the flying a bit tricky as we speak. So completely opposite conditions to yesterday, where we saw fast and furious racing coming as a view, and instead today we see very different and difficult conditions. And what we have confirmation from my team is that Christian Sarge Durant has managed to join the lead gaggle. So we will look at the live tracking and see where his position is to update you about the photon and submarine combination that Christian is piloting in full flow at this moment in time, where he's not only high, he's not only fast, but he's also finding himself in front of the lead gaggle of pilots. So bear with us as we bring you more live and exclusive action that is coming to you courtesy Skywalk Paragliders, Paragliding Live, and all the other partners that we see. And if I am supposed to quickly ask my producers to switch over to the television view that I have on the back of my screen, I would like to mention that with the scale of a ruler, we are able to see the distance between the leaders and the chasing group. So what we do see in front of us is that there is at least more or less a distance of somewhere close to 10 kilometers that has opened up. So do remember that we started with about 7 kilometers while we were going towards the viewpoint, which was going into the wind. But right now the gaggle is going with the wind to the most longest leg of the race, which happens to be a turn point on the other end of the spectrum towards the west side of the takeoff. So I'm just gonna, for the sake of our viewers watching, I'm just gonna draw a little line on the map to show you how the proposed planned route will look like, because right now if we go as per the shortest line, the route has a distance of somewhere around 22 kilometers as the crow flies when it comes to straight line distance. But what's really important to know is that today's conditions are a lot more trickier than expected due to the serious development higher up in the altitude layers. And I think this is what is making the strategy to be of higher importance than just pushing full bar and racing. And what we saw earlier was many pilots joining us from their cockpits, showing us the effective use of speed bar, because a lot of times just going full bar without a lot of altitude can prove to be a bit more expensive than usual, in the terms of the fact that you can end up losing altitude faster than planned. And what we do see is that we are able to bring you live and exclusive coverage from the Task 5 of the second edition of SRS Skywalk edition. And currently we have confirmation that in the lead gaggle, Christian Durant is bringing the field towards the second turn point, with Alberto Cartanga from Italy also flying a photon, and Paul Tuckers, who also happens to be the coach of Christian Durant, bringing in the lifty lines and educating the remaining pilots to show where exactly to head over. So what we do have confirmation also from the team is that Magdalena Janove has been also managing to make contact and keep in touch with the leading gaggle. So suddenly the trailing gaggle, which was of leaders, have found them, which was consisting of the leaders, and found itself a bit further behind, has become the new leading gaggle right now. So as I was mentioning, I'm going to quickly zoom out and show you guys what exactly is going on as per the gaggle dynamics of the sport. As you can see, guys, behind me there is what we can see right now behind us is a lot of pilots trying to stick together. So I'm just going to zoom into this television and show you guys what exactly is happening with the leading gaggle right now, because if you follow the tracks that the television screen is showing, and I'm not sure how much the viewfinder is able to catch this, but these are the same tracks that have existed over here for quite a while, and these tracks are basically marking where the thermal points are being formed right now. So a lot of these pilots are coming back to a very familiar territory time and again, and that is what's really important about this, is that it's important to know where the thermic trigger points are and where exactly are the lifty lines. And today is a day where you are able to know how to core the gaggle correctly. So here you can see right now we are seeing multiple pilots: Christian Durant, Magdalena Janove, Paul Tuckers, also a bunch of like 15-20 pilots figuring out how to ensure the most optimal way towards the next turn point. I'm just going to quickly switch over to the pilot finder, where we are able to bring you more details. And as you can see right now is that this might not be as immersive of a view, but here as well you see some tracks which are forming in front of us from the historical data that we are seeing. So a lot of times these pilots are the ones who are basically figuring out how not to come closer down towards the flats. Instead, they are trying to position themselves around the areas which have proven to be lifty over a period of time. And if I'm just going to quickly take out my ruling tool here and show you, the distance between these 2 points was fairly straightforward when it came from the most optimal line. As you can see on our screens right now, once I click on the outside edge of this circle towards the next one, we can see that the whole distance is merely that of 23 4 kilometers, 23.9. But what we do see is that if we go over there and try to see a non-optimal point, basically where the leaders and most of the other pilots were able to tag. So I'm just going to try and click it over here and try and see, map the view of the gaggle where it went. What we can see is that more or less there was a northeast direction in which they had to go back towards the mountain for a distance of good 4 kilometers before they were finally able to head more or less in the westward direction. But if we look at the track right now, even coming back to the city center of Bassano proved to be at least around 11 kilometer worth of a distance. So most of the pilot having to fly much longer than expected, much further out than expected or planned. And once we look at the topography of the region, this will be very interesting to see, because this is very a large cylindrical area of the circle. And as I mentioned, a lot of times the diameter of the circle is not what really matters. What really matters is where the edge of the circle is. So when we zoom out and we see the design of the course, what we do see is that currently the leaders are looking, or the most of the gaggle is looking at somewhere close to 26 kilometer mark that they have to cover in one single direction before they are able to tag the turn point. So a fair bit of high mountain region that is giving them some hope, with the big mountains of Monte Grappa also giving the possibility of big thermic areas. But more or less once they are able to come and tag this turn point, I think it will be fairly high straightforward race to goal, considering they are able to come back and find lifty lines. So more or less 15 to 20 kilometers of hard work coming up in front of them. And I'm just going to switch over my map to terrain or to satellite configuration to show you guys where the current leaders are. Most of them are still sticking around the L3 turn point area where the takeoff was, because this is where most of the ridge racing action came in the beginning of the race. And as the race progressed, we did see some pilots go out and try their hand at the flats, but eventually the cirrus clouds did make them pay the price. So a lot of times what we'll see is that most of the pilots here will try to stick towards the bigger mountainous regions, and these are the regions which have some of the strongest triggers that are available in the close vicinity, with the summit of Monte Grappa closing in at a height of somewhere around 1700 meters. So more or less once this turn point is tagged, I think that is when we will see faster racing action coming in, but definitely slower than planned race so far. And if we are going to switch back to the live tracking view, we see that the pilots have more or less moved on further up and are coming in back to the city center of Monte Grappa. And what we do see on our screen is Monica Tuckets has also managed to bomb out, and another pilot are confirmation. So any sorts of pilots who are able to say who are able to have the icons of walking men in front of them are the ones who are confirmed on ground. So quite a lot of pilots are fairly quick to be on ground. And what we do see is Kuba Stowe, who was also one of the leaders of the other day of action yesterday, and where he was able to show the pilots the lifty lines and the moves, is still finding himself in the midfield. Kuba Stowe again happens to be one of those pilots who has given back a lot to the paragliding community, where he has made his website compiling all the interesting facts and figures in the most understandable manner. So one of the assets that is available to the sport of paragliding, Kuba Stowe, many thanks to him. Do check him out. If you are interested in knowing more about Kuba Stowe, just look him up on Google. His name of the spelling is fairly simple. He calls himself K as in kilo, U as in umbrella, B for Bravo, and A for Alpha, followed by a space, S Sierra T Tango O Owl Oscar. So Kuba Stowe brings in all the details and very interesting insights for the sport of paragliding available to most of us right here at the comfort of our home screens, just like all of us here at paraglidinglive.com, doing the hard work for you, making sure that you do not miss on your daily dose of awesomeness from the circles of paragliding, racing, cross country racing that is available in the sport in the race to goal format, which is not the only one that we are covering, by the way. Paragliding Live is the official broadcaster for quite a few number of events coming up together. We cannot divulge any secrets right now, so do stay tuned for more updates. Like and subscribe to the channel. That is where we need your help in the most effective way possible, because that is where we are able to reach out to more and more people, and these are essential community builders who are going to help us reach out further to a larger audience outside the sport of paragliding, to educate the general masses and the general audiences about the magic that we all create together, and invite them on this journey that we take to the skies every single time we practice the art of flight. So do your own bit. As I mentioned time and again, do check out our sponsors description in the link below. They are some of the finest men and women in the sport of paragliding who are passionate about what they do, just like me and you, who are passionate about bringing this out to the audiences. And many thanks to our production team of Marco and Stefano, who are doing their own bit as well to ensure seamless coverage. So a lot of people coming together with a lot of good intent, bringing all of this action to you non-stop, back to back, day after day, task after task, event after event. So hit that like and subscribe button, drop in a comment, donate if you have the capacity to. We do understand that is not everyone's cup of tea, but we have a URL called paraglidinglive.com/donate, where you can bring in your own bit of donations and help us in a huge way, because the amount of hardware that we are investing is immense. It has never been seen in our sport before, and there is no specific corporate backing that we are working with. We are just a bunch of people who are really interested in bringing you all the live action, which means without further ado, if you see on the bottom left corner of your screen, you can see quite a few pilots who are heading back to turn the turn point, and these are the pilots who will basically figure out how to maintain the lead in the overall standings, because they are coming in high this time around, having learned their lessons from seeing their colleagues. So I have just been given confirmation from my producer that we might have more in-air interviews coming in soon as well. And while I'm doing that, I must mention a bit of a fun fact, that there are some local pilots which have been flying on the mountains in front of us, but they're not very high as well. So even the pilots who know the topography well, even the pilots who know what they're dealing with, are finding the conditions to be fairly tricky. And what I would like to point out here is that on the bottom left corner of your screen, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here. Paul Tuckers is finally starting to pull away from the remaining part of the gaggle. So I'm going to try and follow Paul Tuckers and see, because what we do see is that there's a fair bit of gap opening up between Paul Tuckers and Christian Durand, who happens to be an avid learner of any sorts of aviation in the most fun way possible. So Paul Tuckers trying to gain height wherever possible with an altitude of approximately 777 meters and climbing with an average rate of at least 2 to 3 meters per second. So thermals are working wherever they are, wherever the pilots are able to find them. But a lot of times thermals aren't really that easy to find when the top layer of the clouds is full of cirrus. So right now on the right bottom corner of your screen, you can see some amazing visuals from the Flymaster live tracking, which also happens to be the official scoring platform for a lot of paragliding competitions. For those of you who are interested, scoring in paragliding is a fairly interesting form of dynamics where we are calculating the scoring in a FTV format, and that FTV format is basically a lot about deciding who gets to be in the lead. But right now, I would like to mention that sports racing series does not have FTV, and there is no discard available. Discard is a way of scoring in paragliding competitions, which means that if you have had a bad day, if you have anticipated a day where you are not at the top of your game, you are allowed to let that score go away from your overall score of the competition. Whereas what exactly FTV is, that FTV is a part of the scoring program which was developed quite a few years ago by some of the hang gliding pilots. I'm forgetting the full form of FTV, but it was designed in conjunction with the GAP formula. So GAP is basically the first initials of the three hang gliding pilots that were the initiators who decided how to implement a scoring in such a cross-country paragliding competition or competition of free flight. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna bring in my computer screens and show you that there's a bunch of pilots here, including big names like Marcus Anders and Riley Ferrer, who also happens to be one of the most promising female talents in the sports class racing, are finding themselves on the ground. So a lot of people have not been able to anticipate and have seen more or less conditions take them by surprise. But if we zoom in, here we see like three pilots trying to figure out how to go about through the next turn point, and Christian Durant here taking his own line heading over towards the turn point directly in the westward direction, whereas Paul Takats on the other end trying to help and basically work together as a team going leftward towards the mountainous paths, with being a bit higher above the ground than Christian, who is at an altitude of 300 to 400 meters. So both Paul and Christian working in tandem together, leading the group right now and working towards the next turn point, passing higher over the next valley crossing. And I have just been given confirmation from my producers that we can actually right now head outside and see the gaggle passing in front of us. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head back, switch over my camera and show you guys where exactly is the gaggle. And what we can see right now is that there is a ozone photon of Paul Takats and his fellow countryman Christian Durant. So Christian Durant is also flying a combination of ozone photon. So I'm just going to try and sit here and see where they are and probably bring you more actions right from the field. Just bear with me for a moment as I collect my routers and all the other details to ensure that there is total uninterrupted action that is being brought to you courtesy Paragliding Live. And as we can see, there is absolutely magical views from the gaggle right here in front of us, but you do see them fairly low above the ground right now, so quite a lot of them are finding it hard. And there are quite a lot of other people who are joining us sunbathing in the heat of Italian sun, even though the heat is a bit more calm compared to the other days because of the serious development that we have had in front of us. So I'm just going to pan my camera a bit towards the left. I beg your pardon for the shakiness, but I'm very keen to show you guys that there is a bunch of pilots who are keeping themselves fairly high above the ground level and ensuring that there is enough height to be found wherever they need it. And if we look at the leaders in front of us, what we can see is that majority of them are finding it confident enough to go low and still race along the ridge as they are doing so in front of us. So I'm going to try and zoom in and see if we can catch up some of the leaders because right now what we do see is that some of them, when they do get low, they are not able to find enough a height. And these couple of gliders in front of us, I'm failing to get an ID on them. I'm waiting for my team to give me an input on who exactly is the one who is finding thermals at this area. But what we do see is that everyone else on the other end is starting to continue further on without a lot of delay. So a lot of these pilots will be heading outwards later on to try and go and find some thermals in the outside ridges that are available right now. And the lift, a lot of times we have also seen that the lifty lines can be all over the place. So there is no hard and fast rule on where exactly you can find these lifty lines. These lines are very essential while following the track of whatever is available. So I'm gonna try and get back to live tracking because that is one of the most efficient ways to follow the race. And we're gonna try and bring you more in-flight visuals from the pilot we still have in the race. Do understand that there are quite a lot of pilots who do find themselves on the ground on a situation like these, and some of them happen to be carrying our cameras. That is why we are not able to bring you the visuals as planned, because we have had quite a few streaming pilots find themselves on the ground, which was a bit unexpected. But more or less, we do have our co-commentator Jelle Johansson joining us from the air, and Jelle had tried to contact us earlier. I'm going to try and see if we can play some of the messages that were available from Jelle. So more or less what we do see is quite a lot of racing action coming our way as we cross the midway mark of the race at the moment. Most of the pilots who have managed to stay up so far are the ones who have managed to remain high after the early few tricky moments. And that is why I would like to ensure that these pilots are the ones who are eventually able to show everyone else on how exactly it matters. I think while we are talking about this, maybe I've just seen a landing happen in front of me. So bear with me for a moment as I head out to see what exactly is going on in front of us, as we have a pilot touched down. So I'm just going to head over and try and bring you more racing action that is available right now. But at the distant end, you do see the gaggle catch up to the leaders, and the ones in front are finding themselves fairly low over a period of time. So basically, we do see some pilots able to find a climb further out in the smaller hilly areas of the front ridge, but at the same time, majority of the field has consistently struggled over a period of time to figure out what exactly is going on. And we have confirmation that 47 pilots out of the whole field has touched down. That means they have not been able to find the lifty lines that were assumed to be in certain areas and have found themselves on ground more often than usual. So more or less, we do have another competition pilot coming into the goal and giving up, where Mark Janove seems to be one of those guys who has decided to come in and land due to tricky racing conditions. The glider in front of you is a Cure 3, if I'm not mistaken, or a Tigra. I would like to have a closer look later on. That's Mark Janove nailing his speed landing, coming into land. So let's go out and have a chat with Mark Janove and get him the real world reactions. But while we do that, I would like to switch over and show you the lead gaggle that is trying to make the most of what's available. I would like to also mention that if a lot of pilots bomb out, then the task has the risk of being invalidated. That is why I think it is possible that a lot of pilots are coming into land, because this task might end up being invalidated at a time. So I'm going to ask my producers to stick with me for a moment as I go for pilot reactions. Just keep on showing me this view because I need it while I'm talking to people. I need to know what's going on in the screen.
Okay.
So I need you with me basically. Do you want to bring your camera or something, or like your phone along for staying up to date on what's happening? Yeah, okay, let's do that. Yeah, I'll do that. All right, guys. So that was me doing a bit behind the scenes, but without further ado, let's try and go talk to some of the pilots that have just landed. And I think what we do see is a Swiss pilot in front of us. Hello, sir. Who's joining us and where are you from?
From Switzerland.
You are from Switzerland?
Yeah, Italian part.
Italian part, I see.
Parlo italiano, tedesco, francese, non inglese.
No English, all right. Well, that is going to be a bit of a trick because I am only speaking English, so I'll go ahead and find some other pilots. But yes, what happened really? Do you know? Or no? Okay, well, fair enough. Yes, thank you. Thank you is the way to go. So I think I can manage this by myself. So you are free to figure out how to make it happen. Sarge Durant is somewhere there. Do you know where?
It's here in the flats, but very low with the front gaggle. They are trying to find a way to climb the thermals.
Yes.
To get to the last turn point.
I think a lot of pilots are coming into land, so I think there might be a possibility that this task is getting invalidated at the moment. That is why they are coming in thick and fast. So I'm just going to pan my camera and show you guys what's happening with the remaining gaggle. So we're going to try and make contact with some pilots and we're going to try and bring you more live racing action. But right now, without further ado, let's try and talk to some other pilots who have just come on the ground and are figuring out what exactly is going on. So I'm just going to head over to Mark Janaway and ask him what happened while he was on the ground. Mark, my man, this was a surprise, unexpected one. What exactly happened?
They got really high clouds came in and it just got really weak now. I think everyone's struggling kinda. I think there's gonna be probably a lot of bomb outs soon. But yeah, I couldn't get it. I couldn't get a climb.
Yeah, right now we have confirmation that there's 50 bomb outs already, and probably they're counting. They're getting high at a rapid rate. So
I think this last part of the task will be really difficult. They're going out into the flats, so that might be really tricky with the conditions right now, unless the high clouds moves away.
Mark, situations like these, when majority of the field is giving up in one way or the other, where does the task validity stand? Can you please tell our watchers and people who are watching and listening that will this task be validated, or is there a risk of this day being completely written off, even though SRS does not have a discard rule as per se?
No, the task will be valid as long as 50% of the competitors fly the minimum distance, which I think is set for 25 kilometers on this race. So the task will be valid and probably close to 1,000 points, even if a lot of us bomb now.
What is the minimum distance selection criteria? Like, is there a reason why we have minimum distance in the sport? Like, and how is that usually selected?
If you don't have minimum distance, if say everyone took off, flew 1 kilometer, and then we all bomb, it would be sort of unfair if the task was valid, because it's not sporting compared to like whoever won on a day where everyone bombs instantly isn't necessarily the best pilot. So it's unsporting to not have that rule in.
I want to quickly ask you about the first turn point that was a bit towards the west side of the takeoff. Mark, that was further out in the flats, and yesterday these lines were working like wonders, you know.
Yeah,
we saw a lot of fast and furious racing action as Brett was mentioning in his own words. And today was a bit of a surprise. So was this some sort of a momentum that a lot of pilots were hoping to carry on from yesterday and bring it into today and try and nail it like that?
Yeah, we were definitely hoping for the same, but the day turned out a lot weaker. I think the inversion was a lot stronger. And it's just a lot of us pushed into that part and we got really low. I think me and Luke Nicole, we saw like low save. So it's a weak day in general. So.
Well, thank you so much for your words, Mark, and more power to you in time to come. Thank you for, and good luck for Slovenia. You know, we're rooting for you all together. All right, guys, so that was Mark Janaway telling us how the conditions are for today, and what we do see is more and more pilots finding themselves low as it is. But Paul Tuckett is trying to remain in a position where he is trying to maintain his lead over others. And what we do see is we might see another competition pilot coming into land. So time and again we have seen pilots who are coming in and finding themselves lower than expected, and low saves today are a bit more trickier than usual. So that is why we are also finding lead gaggle themselves a lot lower than expected. So what we do is we are probably gonna go over to Yele, our co-commentator, to try and ask him to comment on the race. We have confirmation from our producers that Yele will be up and live running very soon. So Yele, if you can listen to me, please tell us what exactly is going on in the air and how does it look like?
Oh, thank you, Stefan. I just heard that I am live right here with Reginald Weston, and we are scratching our way out from Basso de Grappa, I think, which means like Basso is like low, which is like low of Grappa, but I think it means the location and not the liquor. Anyway, we're scratching our way out in a 1 meter climb, I would say. First person dare to push on. No, correcting. Three pilots already pushing towards the takeoff. The sun is getting a little bit stronger now. Maybe the conditions will get a bit more favorable now. I should take a bit of circles. There we go. But we're kind of floating our under 1 meter climb. We really want to get everything we can, because the lower you get, the harder it gets to get up again. And for now, the wind, we really feel the wind. Into wind, we have like, we're losing like about 10k, so that means we have a 10k wind up here, which is not big problem. But if the thermal is not pushing, like if the thermals are not strong enough, then the wind, if it's even a lighter wind, it already destroys the good thermals even quicker. We don't want that, and now we have that condition. Let's be honest, it's not good, it's not favorable. Everybody's kind of scratching. I'm also scared of bombing out, honestly. I mean, they guys, they have to fly the task where I want to broadcast it, so right now I'm a bit unsure what to do. Maybe I should reconnect to the ridge, try to scratch my way up again. But yeah, it's a bit sad not being able to have a good climb right now. It's kind of frustrating. I see a Skywalk pilot right there with his mint getting quite low. Honestly, I'm gonna try and scratch my way back up at the ridge here, but this is really not how it should be right now. Yeah, but on the good side, we are still in the race. Come on, we got Paul Takas, who decided to run the ridge up there. I just joined him when he was circling. I think he's pushing out right now in the back there. Oh, we got another cycle popping up here. Really nice. They're having a good one. Those are pushing on. When I see a thermal over there, I will join them, but this is exactly the point which is the most difficult. Taking that turn point and then pushing against the wind. Optimized line is right here over the flats where the wind is also the most strongest. And probably the easiest would be to run the ridge, but it's really like 90 degrees angle that suddenly you have to fly, and that prolongs the way a lot. And I was trying to dolphin it and run the ridge, but it wasn't really, like, I was too low and wasn't working strong enough to get me up there. I should have got more patience down there and waited and worked it, but what can I say? I wanted to cover the best streaming for you guys. So let's try to roll with this one here. Not get into the way. There we go. A Swiss League pilot up there. Who is it? With this photon. I should know who it is. I'm sorry, right now I'm in between things. Not wanting to come out. It takes some concentration. So where's that lift now? Ah, you see, it's scratchy. It's not easy. Trying to get something out of here. Okay, Brad is on his way. A lot of pilots decided to go, but honestly, I don't know why. Well, they have hope to find something on the way, of course. But for now, I don't see anybody circling right now. So I really wish them the best luck to get something out of there. I think I have to scratch here to ensure the best way possible. This tier right there, maybe that's tier down there. Tier Goldsmith, winner of the last of yesterday. Let's see if he can catch up. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna try to cover you guys from here. Maybe somebody in the studio has some input, some questions. Let me know. Oh, sorry. You always want to prolong into the better climb. So if I'm hearing it's getting more, I try to go straight. If I'm hearing it's dropping, I want to turn to stay in the good lifty air. Right now it's a bit broken here, but you see here it's getting a little bit more to that side. That's why I'm putting it larger here and cutting back in. And those guys, maybe, I hope they don't get too annoyed from me trying this. Yeah, I'm dropping out again. So
commentary box, do we have confirmation that Yelle will be online, or should we continue with our streams? Guys, once we get the confirmation from our production team, we will proceed accordingly. But what I do want to show you is if the
Yelle is currently live and he was asking if there's any questions from the studio.
Alright, Yelle is currently live and has good connection. I think one thing that I would like to ask Yelle is that what exactly is the strength of thermals that is available to the people who are able to core it well. We are seeing a lot of pilots bomb out and they are complaining about weak conditions. So what are the numbers that we are looking at and how high are the thermals topping off at, please? Guys, that will be very interesting to see when Yelle responds, because a lot of different pilots have their own different perception, and I think Yelle has been one of those pilots who is not racing under any sorts of stress as we speak, because he is not an official part of the race. He, just like me, is covering the race and bringing all the action to you right here. So while we await the response from Yelle, I'm going to try and bring our attention to Matthias Helms, who also happens to be in the same position as Yelle, right over the town of Bassano del Grappa. So we're going to try and keep to maintain the contact with Yelle Johansson and see where exactly is he and where is he being at. So Yelle, let's try and reach out to my co-commentator Yelle Johansson and ask him where exactly he is, while we are looking at visuals from Matthias Helm, who happens to be at an altitude of somewhere around 700-800 meters above mean sea level. But while we are awaiting confirmation from Yelle, I would like my producers to switch over the screen to the TV behind me. So I'm just going to move my camera here and try and zoom in and show you guys about the visuals that are being formed behind me. And what I do see is that there are quite a few pilots all over the place, but the leaders right now are finding themselves low and fast. Alright, then my producer has given me the permission that Yelle is available. So Yelle, without further ado, please let us know how the conditions are in the air and what are your thoughts. Over to you, Yelle.
Yes, let's always like that. It turns from a 1 to a decent one. That would be awesome. Well, they decided to go now. Going. I think this is the third gaggle. To see the first or second gaggle being right there at the start of this ridge line there. Trying to work a climb, but they're not really high. I don't see any pilots really high right now. I'm gonna connect with this XC pilot here, get some altitude and work this a little bit, so I get to stay in the air a bit longer and trying to cover for you guys. Any more questions? Otherwise, I continue on the weather part. I mean, the main thing is the high clouds, and on the same point, at the same time, we're having not a very strong wind, but strong enough to destroy these weak conditions that we're having right now. And everything is slowed down. You have to switch gears suddenly, and to work the weak stuff, to work something that's 1 meter per second. Normally you don't do that in a race, but this just turned survival mode. So he's taking the other ridge. That's climb out here, so I get high enough to cover for you guys again. I'm really surprised. Like, I think Podcast and somebody else, they went quite far on the ridge, so they took the time to climb out, but it took quite a long. And I'm wondering, tracking is looking how much they work out of this. The ridge height up there is giving a good tactical advantage. Sorry guys for not showing you the flats where everybody is right now, but I gotta survive a little bit here. If the studio has some more questions, so let me know it. If the chat has any, I have a chat overlay here, so I can see what you're writing. So put it in the chat, please. We would love to have your your questions. Fun fact: somebody wrote a little bit before. If it's legal if you poop in the air. And normally you have to have an insurance if something or yourself is dropping from the air by accident. And I guess if you do it on purpose, this insurance is not covering it, and it's not legal. So I guess pooping in the air is S. Let's see if I can find something workable.
The team faced some bit of technical issues in the air, and we are trying to get Yele back once again. I'm just going to check with my production team if he can join us here in the commentary box, because a lot of the pilots are coming into the goal already by now, and they are starting to land. And what we do see is that the leaderboard is all over the place. So what we're going to tell is, maybe I have confirmation from my production team that Yele is back again. So I'm just gonna check with my production team to reconfirm with me if Yele is back. Stefano, please confirm, is Yele back, or are we still waiting for a good connection with him? So that is my producer Stefano, one of the main mans and the architect of all the magic that we create here day after day. Alright, so Stefano has mentioned that Yele is still dealing with some technical glitches, but while we are doing all of that, we're just going to switch over to the live tracking view behind me, where what we can see is that majority of these pilots who were trying to go up in front do find themselves lagging and becoming a part of the bomb out squad, because a lot of these pilots are the one who try to follow the most optimal line. Now once again I keep on telling you, this is the line where you collect most amounts of leading points. This is not which means that this is specifically the line where the strongest lift and the thermals exist. So a lot of times this is just another part of human psyche where you are like the fastest way to cover the distance is to cross the most optimal line. But this is not how it works in the world of paragliding, where we are dealing with dynamic air masses. The dynamic air masses are basically the systems in the air which are the ones who are responsible to decide which lines are working better than the other ones. And this is where your skill, your strategy, your patience, most importantly, especially on a day like this where we see a high level of cirrus continuously increasing in the numbers and forming in the air, affecting the racing dynamics a number of times. So all of these factors combined will be the ones deciding the leaderboard for the today. So expect a lot of movement in the overall general classifications that we have seen in the second edition of sports racing series of Skywalk Paragliders 2026 edition, the event number 2 this year, before the whole party heads over to Slovenia. Tolmin, the magical valley of Tolmin, is awaiting all the action that is coming to you guys live and exclusive. I would like to emphasize on live and exclusive part, everyone, because this is first time in the history of paragliding where something as unprecedented as this has been made available to the world of paragliding time and again. So I'm gonna go back to the live tracking view and see if my producers can switch over to the live tracking view eventually, where they're able to see immersive views. And what I can show you is that majority of the pilots, as expected, in case you remember, or for those of the viewers who have stuck with us since the beginning of this production that we started going live, I mentioned that they will be taking a deeper route into the mountains, then heading back to check the turn point, and then going back again towards on the way back. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna possibly check and see how exactly will it work over there. And I'm gonna bring out my tracer tool. Tracer tool is basically the tool which allows me to see approximate distance that will be covered up in the sky by the competitors, because right now all they have to do is they have to come back over the town of city center of Monte Grappa, come back to this darker green circle. So this is where their final turn point is. They have to go in closer, they have to bring the game home with a final glide from here. So instead of the lines that you see right above in front of you, right above the low-lying flatlands, there are a bit taller mountains reaching up to the height of 1000 to 1500 meters depending upon the elevation they are situated at. So most of these pilots will have to fly a course line of at least 5 to 6 kilometers in the straight line distance as they try and pick up bigger thermals. I think if they are able to convince themselves to be patient enough, which is the key over here, because patience, as I mentioned, is the name of the game today as we are coming in to close the 55 kilometer task number 5 of the competition. So as they are coming in towards the city center of Bassano del Grappa, they will possibly have to cover a distance of 8 more kilometers. So at least 10 to 15 kilometers worth of flying remaining for the participants before they are able to bring it all home with a straight line glide of approximately, if I'm not mistaken, 4 more kilometers. So there's quite a lot of tricky conditions that will be interesting to see how they navigate. And while we are doing that, I'm just going to switch over to SRS in native live tracking. And what you do see over here is that this is a live tracking, another one which is not having a lot of the delay. So a lot of these pilots are still finding themselves in a formation flying of some sorts. Usually this kind of flying is kind of associated with a military movement or a very organized drill, but today the only thing that is organized, the free flyers of SRS Skywalk edition, the race number 2 in the 2026 season, is the natural conditions, because they are much more harder out in the flats. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and ask my production to check where Paul Takats is, because Paul Takats has been pushing the bar fairly up high and close to the terrain number of times. So we're gonna try and follow Paul Tuckat's and figure out where is his tracking taking us as of now. So there is a feature of basically trying to figure out where the pilots are. So I'm just going to request my producer to stick with me here and see where we are able to find the pilots. So we're going to try and look for the name Paul Tuckat's in the data list that we have over here on the right bottom corner of your screen. So we're gonna try and follow Paul Tuckat's right now, and what we see is that Paul Tuckat's is finally managing to stay at least 500 meters above ground level. So years and years of hard work is showing right here, where Paul Tuckat's is choosing his lines very carefully, managing to stick high and still managing to show everyone else how it's done in the most efficient way possible. We'll try and get your live reactions with some of the pilots as we speak, because a lot of times we have had quite a few connection issues, but I guess in these sort of moments when they are getting low, and a lot of our streaming pilots have been finding themselves on the grounds as well, which is another reason why you do not see any more visuals of other sorts except from the ones who are in the air, such as the co-commentator Jelle Johansson, who is coming in towards to land. So basically what we do see is that majority of the pilots are finding themselves in a tricky situation in such conditions, and I do have confirmation from my production team that the leaders of the race, one of the most stalwarts of the Jin team pilot, Luke Nicole, has touched the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, let that sink in for a second. Luke Nicole, who was collecting all the big leading points throughout the race, has found himself on the ground after all this work. So I'm just going to zoom in and show you guys that right now is not a time to be please bear with us for all the technical glitches. We are dealing with a lot of uncertainty here. There's about 130 pilots spread across the Italian foothills of Dolomites right in the town of Bassano del Grappa. I can only imagine the amount of nightmare the retrieve pilots are having if we here in the commentary box are having to deal with so much and everything else around it. But what we do see is quite a number of pilots trying to stick around the same area, because basically this one has become a race to survival. And as I mentioned earlier, that it's not about figuring out if the task will be validated or not, as Mark Janeway, one of the first pilots to touch down, was the first one to tell us that yes, this task will be validated, and that is simply because of the fact that enough pilots have crossed the minimum distance that is available. So considering if there are quite a few pilots who are coming into goal and making the glide home, they will be collecting even up to 1,000 points if enough number of pilots do that. So what we do have in front of us is a bit of the view of the race, where we are seeing a lot of pilots coming in with a height of 700 to 800 meters above the ground level. No, it's fine. And what we do see is that Marcus Sommerfield is still having the chance of making the goal, because he is at least 700-800 meters above the ground level. And right now, that is where Luke Nicole is finding himself on the ground. And quickly we have
And go pretty soon. Let me know what you think, and if you want me to go live somewhere.
Ideally, we would like to have you on the ground in the commentary box if possible, Jelle. So we would like to try and see where exactly is your position, and we have confirmation that there are more and more pilots sticking higher up in the air. Would you like to speak to the commentary? Well, on that note, I'm going to ask my producers to cut over for a small commercial break as we figure out the leaderboard standings and every other dynamic that is happening, because the race is spread out wide and all across the plains of Bassano del Grappa, with most of the leaders deciding to get high and try to make a safe race to goal as the end of the race approaches. We have about 25% of the race, as I mentioned earlier, with at least 10 to 15 kilometers depending upon the route that they will be taking before the leaders are bringing in the race home. So producer, if you are listening to me, let us have a small little breather for the consumer, for the viewers who are joining us, along with everyone else who has been a part of this live stream, which has been brought to you courtesy Paragliding Live from second edition of sports racing series in Bassano del Grappa, before the whole tribe heads over to Slovenia, Tolmin. So a lot of this will be brought to you in time to come, and we will be bringing you more racing action very shortly after these messages. Alright guys, we are back with more updates, and one thing that I would like to tell you is the leaderboard has moved all over the place. Almost 7.5 kilometers to the turn point number 5 right now, and what we will see is that the leaders are consistently bombing out. So today is definitely one of those days where a lot of pilots have lost their positions, and Paul Tuckatz is one of them who has managed to stay higher up. So it will be interesting to see how he has collected the leading points all over so far in the race. And one thing that I can tell you is that the Romanian pilot Tudor is probably still somewhere higher up. I'm just gonna check if he's still a part of the race or not. So he is at least 640 meters above ground level, as we can see, flying a combination of Photon and Genie Race 5. Now, as if you guys have been following us earlier on in different competitions as well, Tudor has been one of those pilots who has maintained or managed to maintain his ENC glider handling skills at the top level, because he's often seen in paragliding super final World Cup circuits as well. Now, World Cup circuit is a race which is usually taken part by athletes who are flying CCC class of gliders, which is a whole different level of class of gliders. And what we do see is Andreas Malechi is also, I beg your pardon if I'm messing up the name, but Andreas Malechi is also finding himself fairly high above the ground level with about 823 meters where he's at currently. So we're gonna try and quickly see where Matthias Helms is, because
So I'm gently coming down to you guys. I'm right now over the cone. My connection is quite good. I can try to stay here where the connection is good and circle a little bit. If you want.
ask him to do whatever he wants. He's the producer.
Interview in air or just me talking a little bit about the air before I'm
Yeah,
down.
ask him to talk about the air.
Please.
You want to talk about the air? To stay in.
Yes, Yele, we are listening to you live and very clear. Could you tell us how does the air mass feel like when we have more than 50% of the field close to bombing out in various locations, which is turning out to be a bit of nightmare for the retrieve drivers, I believe. Guys, we are awaiting comments from our co-commentator Yele Johansson, who's floating right above the goal level at a height of around 600 meters. So Yele will be basically bringing all of this action to you guys very soon if he can hear us. Let's try and make contact with Yele and see if he's there right now. So guys, while Yele is being contacted, I'm just gonna show you guys that this is how the live tracking map looks like. And what we do see right now here is that majority of these symbols that are here are not the ones which are basically
better. So I'm getting my hopes up a little bit about that. By the way, that's the goal down there. We want to have as many people as possible down there. But yeah, as I'm saying, like it's not the thickest high cloud. It's not a big cloud covering it. And so okay. Hello, producers. Please let me know if my audio is working and I'm live or not. But this is a little bit spotty here. Let me find a better spot to get some better comms. Here it looks good. Let's try to stay here. Nice. All right, we're back online. Just confirming. Thank you guys. So as I just said, the high cloud giving us the problems here, but we had a thick layer and now it's dissipating a little bit. I'm still hoping for the guys that the thermals will come back a little bit or just as much, just enough to get them back here. Oh my god, we can see them even. Let's take a look. I'm sorry for the bad connection here. I'm trying to stay more or less at the same spot to keep it a good one. You see there's a gaggle over there. I'm right now at 600 meters, but there are 1,000 meters. I think they can still make it. It's a bee swarm and they really have to work together now to make it against the wind across the flats. It's not easy, but I think they have a good working height and it's possible. This is still a really interesting race. A lot of people bombed out, yes. A lot of the top guys bombed out, yes. It's mixing through the ranking totally. But this is flying. We're working with weather here. Weather's the whole time changing. And I think the guys who managed to switch gears today early or at the right moment and push when the energy was still there, these guys could make it really nicely to goal and make a good ranking, a good scoring, and probably we will see a lot of movement in this last task on the overall leaderboard in this in this competition right now. I see connection is still good. Oh my god, we're still on it. By the way, down there, that's the goal. The hut, the furthermost to the parking, is our studio. Down there should be also the acro cam. Maybe I'm already being filmed by that one. We'll see. Yeah, let's get back to the race. I just turn around for you guys. We almost have no other pilots anymore here on the ridge. They are all trying to survive in the flats there. They are still trying to gain some heights. Nobody wants to, in this moment there, nobody wants to be the first and go alone. Nobody wants that. They all want to go together and work together and make it as far as possible in survival and XC mode. Everybody needs to spread out, feel the air around them, check out what's going on, what's not working, what's well working. By the way, I'm centering sinky air right now. I'm just getting flushed, but we don't need to care about that because I want to be down there right in a couple of minutes to give you guys the best coverage possible. But the signal is getting better and better. That's perfect. So one last time, let me check the live tracking so I don't tell you some stupid stuff. We have them right now over Rosette. That's the town there in the back with a high church tower, and right in front we have Florian Sinige, but he's quite low. He's at 600. The main people of the gaggle are right now at 1000 meters approximately, turning over there and needing now to work together. And this is really interesting now, pushing into wind, having this weak conditions suddenly. Everybody wants to survive. Everybody's a bit scared that they maybe don't. And I got a little bit of beeps here to prolong this thing. Up, let's turn it. Up. Can we make a low save like everybody over there is trying now to do? A low save is when I'm getting low over like altitude over the ground, and I get some thermal source that is not sauce but source that is so much heated up that it even gives me a good lifty air above it. I feel the heat right now coming off of this asphalt wanting to push me up. I can smell even the smells of the whole area a little bit. It's not that good, by the way. This is Garden Relais, the best hotel to stay at. They helped us out in many occasions. It's a mecca to fly, by the way. So let me try to get this one good. Yeah, low saving my ass. That's what I love to do. It's a lot of tension often. So, but probably slowly I just should go in for a good landing here, a good one, a fixed one. I see the flags now pointing in this direction, so I should be good getting in here. But I want to get it quite short so I don't have to run all the way. Oh man, the wind's all over the place now. That indicator is indicating totally something different, so we just believe that one, which is telling what we want to know. Okay, the guys are going against houses and everything, so let's try to make a good one for the sanitary people over there and not blend in the bushes, by the way. I hope Reacrocam is doing a good job right now and showing good imagery. Oh my god, I'm getting short. Oh, I'm getting pulled. Oh, up. And dive. Let's go. This is how you touch it down, baby. Hello there. This is right and live from the sky, baby. Woo! Nice one. I give back to you, or you want to do it immediately? What? Well, I got a thing to do here, but give me a sec. I'm coming. Oh, a delta coming down. Oh, hot and fast, a strong little curve. This is scary, bro. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Whoa, shit, he almost clipped the fucking fence. Fuck, mate, we almost saw an accident. Please keep it safe down here. This is scary. We don't want any accidents here. So, up. Just let me scoop in. Okay. Yeah, whatever you want. I mean, we're having every view and every angle. Oh my god, this cutest dog! Oh my god, this cutest dog! So, how is it going?
Alright guys, welcome back to the commentary box. That was Jelle Johansson, who will be joining us in a few seconds from now, and his question right now was that how is it going, and the simplest answer to that is that the competition and the race seems to be a bit all over the place as we speak, because we have had multiple bomb outs. We are awaiting confirmation on the number exactly on how many are flying, because I think if we start counting the number of bomb outs, then the list is going to be fairly long, because right now we do have a clear number that there have been more bomb outs than the pilots in the air. Although, let me clarify that does not mean the task is getting invalidated. The task will be validated. That means task 5 of the race 2 of Sports Racing Series Skywalk Edition, courtesy.
How many pilots are still flying?
Lesser than the ones who are on the ground.
Marie, can we get a number on that? Like, how many you got? Like, what position is still there? And what happened? Like, when was the problem starting? Was the push out towards Bassano?
Fair bit. Basically, once they started to go into the wind, and as soon as they left the big mountains, it was fairly getting low, and people started bombing out. One of the first guys to bomb out was Getan. Yes, he got fairly low, and right now, guys, we do have visual that the lead gaggle is coming into the goal as we speak, or at least climbing above it. So we have amazing visuals that I would like you guys to be a part of as we bring you live, exclusive, uninterrupted coverage from the guys of Bassano del happening right here. So do bear with me for a second. I'm gonna ask my friend to please give me the space where I'm gonna position my camera right up there towards the sky. Thank you, sir. That's very kind of you to bear with us as we are looking at the big gaggle right behind us. So these are the visuals that we are seeing right here from the commentary box, and these are the same visuals that you that are being beamed to you courtesy Paragliding Live. So in case you have liked our work so far, be sure to do your own bit, and do bear with us as I adjust the camera angle right now, because I can understand that the viewpointer is not able to catch them correctly. But yes, we do have confirmed visuals of the lead gaggle, or what's left of it. These are the amount of pilots that have managed to stay high up in the air. Fairly conservative flying done by these pilots, and quite a beautiful sight, if I'm supposed to tell you. We do have about 30 pilots further higher up with an altitude of somewhere around 800 to 1000 meter depending upon their position. And in case you're wondering, this whole lead gaggle is basically the bunch of pilots flying the flatlands, and there are quite a few pilots who have taken the mountainous route. I'm not sure if the camera will be able to capture those pilots just yet, so we will be switching to live tracking at some point in time later on in this coverage. But right now, these visuals are of the pilots that are joining us from the longest leg of the flight in the eastward turn point, the turn point that was closest to the summit of Monte Grappa, where also the lift was at its highest. So quite amazing visuals brought to you courtesy Paragliding Live, where you will find more such amazing and stunning visuals in the coming races. And if I'm supposed to be honest, I must tell you that all of this action is also coming to you next week, within a few days, from the skies of Tolmin, Slovenia, where the third edition of this year's SRS race will be taking place, and all of the tribe will be heading there to bring you more uninterrupted coverage. So you want to stick with us for that and more. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, and also turn on the bell icon, because that is where you will know that where exactly to find the coverage schedules and timings, because we are very sure to post that upfront in advance, at least a day before the flying day, where we tell our viewers that the next task is scheduled to begin at this way. And as usual, multiple pilots, multiple race pilots will be joining us over there as well, who will be blessing us with their presence in the air. And if coming back to the visuals in front of us, we can see this gaggle has found something. Now, one thing is very interesting, guys. If you look closely, the gliders in front of you are the ones who are continuing to go straight, but there is a sneaky bunch of gliders on the back end who have decided to turn. So basically, this is what gaggle flying looks like to the leaders. It is brutal, it is non-cooperative, and it is basically working off the hard work of the ones who are in front. A lot of times we see pilots in front go out and mark the lines for everyone else, and then it is the pilots in the back who are able to more or less completely get the area and the idea of the air mass in front of them, so they can pick and choose and decide how they want to position themselves. And what we do see is that the leaders never really manage to understand the lifty air, because they were the ones who were passing through it first, whereas the ones on the back who had a fair bit of clean visual on the lifty and the sinky air mass were the ones who were finally managed to make sure that this seems to be a perfect opportunity to try and make the most of what was possible. Although I would like to tell you guys once more that this is only the gaggles which are out here in the flats. There's quite a bunch of pilots who are still able to go out and chase all of this in the mountains, which we do not have an effective visual for right now. But in case you're wondering the altitude of these pilots, then these pilots are the ones who are basically finding themselves further up in the front, and they are coming in approximately 400-500 meters above the ground level. Now that might seem a lot of altitude, but considering they have one more turn point to tag, and then the goal line is an elevated one. I would like to remind our viewers that this goal line is not a regular goal line, whereas this is an elevated goal line where you have to come in with a mark of somewhere around 200 meters above the ground. So these guys will have to probably pick up another thermal somewhere along the way, but absolutely beautiful sight to behold. I'm pretty sure you can see it from the camera viewfinder, but I would like to tell you there's nothing like real life where these guys are able to show us the magic of the art of free flight. So the glider that you see going in the other direction is a free flyer, and he is not the one who is basically flying in the comp, or maybe we will have to check with our production team if he is the one who has already on the way to tag the other turn point. So very bold move from one of the comp pilots who decided to fly the flats and head over to tag the other turn point. And while these gliders are moving away from my viewfinder, I'm just going to quickly pan my camera towards the westward turn point, where we see some chasing group of pilots still picking up the climbs where the other gliders were able to do so as well. And what we do see is that there's a number of pilots who have still managed to circle above the fields over there and are managing to stay fairly high. So without further ado, I'm gonna show you guys how the view looks like, and all of that will be brought to you live and exclusive courtesy Paragliding Live, as we are doing so right now due to our amazing
Let's try to talk to him and get him on the screen. We have Marco right above us there.
Yeah.
Let's get him on.
Alright guys, so as you heard probably over there is Marco Sommerfield joining us from right above the landing field. Marco, things have been tougher than usual. How much is the glide ratio looking like for the next turn point before you guys turn around for the elevated goal so far?
So far I have a glide ratio of 5.7, so super bad because we're heading to the headwind. We have headwind. Now I'm hitting a thermal. I hope it's the finest thermal, but we will see.
Marco, usually what does the penetration ground speed look like? Because today headwind has been fairly tricky to navigate all across the race. So what are the ground speeds that you have worked with so far?
So far, full bar, it's like 20k an hour. So we have like a headwind of 30k here. So quite strong.
What does your Vario reading say, Marco? We see this very beautiful visuals from below where you guys are climbing not that high above the ground level. But what does the Vario say at this moment?
The radios say at this moment I'm climbing with 2.0 and I'm 4 kilometers away from the next. Okay, go.
Any strategy that you're coming up with? Because it looks like the race to goal will be quite an exciting one with the remaining pilots that we see in front of us.
Yeah, I think we're all working quite good together, and if we find one more thermal like this, we can go all to goal. So it will be a nice picture for you, I think.
What is the glide to goal number that you need to start just crashing it forward?
A 12 ratio of 1 to 12, and so far I'm hitting the goal with minus 300 meters, so I need at least 500 more meters.
All right,
Marco, on that now we're gonna let you focus and make sure you come in as best as possible, my man. Thank you so much for talking. We can't wait to see you in the goal. Good luck. You have our wishes.
Go get them. Nice one. So,
alright guys, that was Marco Sommerfield from the air joining us with his in-air commentary. Very fine pilot, managing to survive all the way till the completion of the race. And now we finally have confirmation that my co-commentator Jelle Johansson has made goal as well and is joining us as we speak. Jelle, you have been in the air long enough for quite a long time. So here is the mic that will work as expected.
I'm just gluing one mic with the other one.
What really happened today? Because it was a day of surprises for everyone.
Well, I guess let's go inside and try to figure that out with the live tracking. What did you say? Okay. Thank you, mate. Gaetan! No, sorry. Well, now we have to get him on screen. Let's go. Come here, my friend. Come here. Sit down. Let's make this one count. Could you give this one is on? Let's give it to him.
Hello.
Hello there, darling. Let's turn this quickly around so we know what we're filming here.
Yeah.
And look at this beautiful dog. I mean, who has the most beautiful dog? I mean, come on. But let's keep it serious because now we're in the final glide phase.
Oh.
Almost like, okay, we just spoke to and with Marco.
Oh, nice.
He's just above us right now at like 600, 700 meters.
Cool.
That's still turning up there.
I can.
And we can clip that on, right?
Yeah. Cool.
And he said that he needs another 500 meters, and then probably it's already the final glide then. So we're on it. The connection is good. If some issues, just tell me, guys. So we're like just one thermal away from the final glide. We should take a quick look on the tablet, on the ranking, and then we come to you and your fucking bomb out, which must be freaking annoying. But
No, it was okay.
let's try to see.
Did you see my beautiful landing on live?
I was in the air too. I was struggling there. So we are on SRS Live. Where's the ranking? I'm too stupid for this stuff. Leaderboard. There we go.
So
Suck.
who is leading?
Poltergeist. It's always him.
Takats is in front.
But it's
Desmond.
2 minutes delayed. Maybe it already changed.
Hawkins.
Ross Desmond. He is the. Ooh, but Pepe is right behind them, right?
Pepe is right
Like
behind,
Silva,
yeah.
they doing
And
the same race.
Till is still in the air?
He is. I saw him quite far back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but we was in the big shit together.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
That's great. If they are
Yeah.
on final glide, it's amazing.
Where's Marco
Can we-
Sommerfeld? We just talked with him on place number 17. But if we compare like the distance, they're all on the same one here almost. Like
yeah, they are super close.
Yeah.
We can see from the outside.
Exactly.
They are
One is
super
like
close.
it's all like 500 meters apart max, not even. So are we good? Okay, production is saving our asses right now. Good. So, Gaetan, I don't know if we can play it. I don't think that we can play it off right now.
They can replay.
Did we have his landing? Sadly we didn't have.
You don't have my landing. Oh, no.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No,
we
no.
should have. We should have had. But that's how it rolls. We will go with what we have. Shall we try to get get him on screen? I'm just getting my ass out of here without stepping on a dog or yourself, or maybe I should just join you on the lab right there.
You can.
How are we doing? So, did we get him? Did we get him? Like his track? I'm not sure. I'm still a bit new in this whole thing here. So where are you? You are somewhere.
Oh, far behind.
Far behind.
I mean, I was one of the first to bomb out.
we
So
see?
Golden Miss is there. What is this? What is this? The live now?
The live ranking, yeah.
Yeah.
Gerber. There you are.
101.
Shit.
Yeah, far away.
Let's take a quick look. Please keep me posted if Marco is just before the last turn point. Thank you. So let's try to check. Was this your bomb out location? No.
No.
Whoa.
It was close. It was close to this turn point.
There you are.
Yeah.
Ah, shit, but we don't have the track yet. I was hoping that we have the track to follow. But basically, you went all in. We did the whole track here,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
you pushed too low here. Just before that or after that one?
No, before. We had a super good ridge riding.
run
It
here.
was super nice. He was with us to get.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
All the way.
It was nice, but then we missed one thermal, and we still had 2 opportunities to climb,
Yeah.
and like we hope for the thermal there.
Yeah.
But
How
it
low
was
did you?
not working.
How low did you push out towards here? Because I saw you pushing out, and I was
just
like,
to find a landing.
I can stay
definitely.
here and
Yeah.
mark the thermal for you
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
but I don't want to push as low as
Yeah.
I saw that group pushing there.
The way was more. I think we finished the crossing there. I don't know exactly. Maybe there, then jump there.
Yeah.
And the first option was there thermal, but
Yeah.
we arrive before the circle. Now it's more clear. Yeah.
So you have, just to explain, you're coming from this, here's the takeoff, you're coming in there.
We come from there, and I think there we miss a thermal, and we was hoping for something there,
Yeah.
but still pushing. Where is the big city? The big city is there.
I think
so.
this is the one where I
Yeah.
thermaled, but nobody else
Yeah.
for a moment.
Oh, so a friend bomb out here. Ooh. Really bad place.
Yeah, that's just forest.
Yeah,
I was in there
probably
and
this
saying
is
like
one piece of grass.
Not
so
even.
I was
Also, this one
there.
is almost impossible. This one.
Yeah.
I
took
hope
this
they're all
option
right.
because I was looking for a safe landing.
Otherwise, you will need to fly out somewhere here, and then it's okay. But
impossible.
this was forest. I was
Yeah.
flying over it and saying like, "Oh shit! If you get in there, you're fucked."
So
basically.
probably our mistake was there.
Yeah.
There was a good thermal. Then we keep pushing, hoping
Yeah.
something here in front.
I saw
and again
Brad,
here.
I saw Brad going nuclear up here. It was crazy. Okay, we're on what Paul is? Yeah, but Paul, what is the info? And Ross Desmond.
Oh, we are on
I'm
final
sorry,
glide.
I'm
That's
shocking
good.
the poor
dog.
little doggy here. Let's try if we can get it on this one. How much are we delayed on this one? It's 1 minute, right? So this is SRS live tracking. You see this one here, Ross Desmond. I don't see Poltakas for
Ross
now.
is already on glide.
But
final glide.
he's on there. So, reload. Go back in. Check it. There we are. I just see Ross right now. And we're back out. We need to stop following him, of course. Let's do it like that. And now we're back on. Still getting into the IT stuff here. I'm sorry, guys. So, let's follow Ross and see if somebody else is next to him. I don't see anybody. Does he have an advantage like that? That is not possible. That couldn't be. What do you think? What do you think, doggy? I don't think that's possible. That can't be. Ross Desmond. Well, oh, the statistic. Can you go back on the ranking? I'm sorry. Poltakas? No, he's just over the goal right now. Who's in the lead? No, but he's behind. What? I don't get it now. What is the problem? The tracking is the problem. Okay, you know what? We just fucking go out now. I can't take this anymore. So, bear with me a second. Let's take a look. Sarge, could it be that Poltakas is right now above us already finishing the race? Or is it Ross?
That's probably Pal.
Because both are in the lead and I'm not...
Pal.
That's Pal already?
Orange glider.
Orange glider.
With a yellow sub, and he might do an acro routine if we're lucky.
Let's try to get that one.
And,
The little bugger.
he might do
How did he jump in front like that?
Full stall, pal. Full stall.
Oh, he already did that on the 4th day, so probably he has to invent something new now. Do a Haley. Do a Haley. Come on.
We need to call pal.
Call him. Call him now. Please. Oh, I missed him. Where is he? There. I'm not the best fellow cam guys, but I'm trying here. Okay, what is the action doing? Somebody has a tracking, something. You're calling him. Okay, that's perfect. Oh, guys, I'm such a bad cameraman right now with that zoom. Anyhow, I see somebody... Wenden Sie sich an die Auskunft. I just had somebody next to him. Let's try to get him. There we go. The orange and the green glider. It's the green one from Ross.
Yeah.
Damn, Ross securing that place. How far behind is Pepe now? That's my biggest question. Will Pepe stay in first place overall or not? Yeah, go for it. Oh shit, this position is awful to watch. My neck is killing me right now. Oh shit. Don't have a phone, I don't have nothing right now. Okay, you know what, Sarge? Give me a quickie one, because you're naked right now.
Genawe is on final glide, first woman.
Who?
And Maleki is 24.
Maleki is...
the lead gagger.
Who wanted me?
All right. Damn. So first woman on final glide to go. We will have her shortly. Magdalena Genawe.
But anyway, the
Oh, it's Brad wife. Did she fly faster than her husband?
Oh, let's check.
Please get it spicy. Mark, the son dropped out. Sadly, he landed out. Was pushing quite low and quite hard all the time. Magda is doing the race, and we just talked about like females in the whole race and how they're better at flying often. And like
Magdalena wears the trousers.
yes, she does. She does. Come on, she's not only she wears the harness. Come on. What glider is she on? Do you guys know?
She have a Jenny race.
Jenny race, but like GTO and Jenny. Okay.
She have the GTO and the Jenny race.
Ah, that's sad because the others are rocking the Tigra. I don't want them to make bad publicity for them. So let's get back up there. Let's see. Oh no, I don't want to zoom in my face. I wanted to zoom up there.
Yeah, cool.
Let's see where we're at.
So it's done?
I don't. It can't be. The Pal's not coming down.
Well, maybe he's just enjoying this a little bit. Stooping. He's always like finished and gone.
Marie, t'es sûr que c'est fini? Pal, il a fini?
Peut-être il a pas tapé une balise ou un truc comme ça.
Pal is done. No, it's not
Okay.
done.
Where's Ross? Where's the
No,
second
they
one?
still have a way. They're still going.
I'm getting so confused right now. Okay,
Yeah, but this
let's
is
get back
because
on the
of
track.
configuration of the task. They have a lot of zigzags.
Yeah, but the tracking. We got a big of confusion right now. Okay, let's get back on it. So, we have the leaderboard right here. So, Gaetan, help me out here. Come on. We have Ross
check.
in the lead. We have him in goal right now. At what time? We don't have the time. 2:34.
So where is Paul?
So Paul was here, and he is red, and I don't know why, because his above ground level is showing shit. So probably his tracking is off.
The tracking is wrong.
Yeah, something is weird.
Yeah,
Marco Sommerfeld, where is he? We just talked to him.
Marco, where is Marco?
He was there. Here. Yeah, Adam Sommerfeld on 16. That's not that bad. Come on. Final glide. But we have Ross in the goal now. I think it's a green one, right? Yeah, Ross Desmond just made it. We need to catch him when he comes down immediately. And what are we missing? Paul Tekas still has to go. We don't know what happened to Paul. Let's be honest. I'm sorry, but it will be all right. Let's check out the first guys. Here, 1, 2, 3 in goal. We have Fourberrier, Jessop, and also Pepe will arrive. Pepe Silva will come in. Hotkin, Capicia, Saluaga, Fourbeyer. I'm so bad with the names right now. Anyway, let's go out and check it out. I leave you with that scoring. That's all right. Maybe production can change that. I need a cap, and this mic is something else. It was in the air. We need to. Yeah. Okay, we just take your. Where's your? This is the one that's connected, right? Okay, let's go. Oh.
This is Marco.
This is Marco.
Probably.
This is much too fast
need to
happening.
see if it's
Hold
the grey helmet.
Hold it. Thank you. Otherwise I'm dying here on sunstroke because I already have headache. All right, let's go. So, what do we see? Tell me.
Everybody is going down, it's nice. But I think we have Marco there. Yeah, let's see who is the first on the ground.
Let's catch them hot and dirty. I'm gonna be right back. Who do we have here? Who do we have here? It's Tom.
Tom Hodkins.
Hodkins. There we go. Let's get him in here. Who do we have behind him?
I didn't get the thank you for letting me know. That's fabulous. Is she all stitched up and?
I don't know if we want to cover that right now.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you just stop the stop? No, please don't film.
Yeah.
Please don't film.
Let's go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else. Come on. So, it's just some family issues. Let's say it like that. So, this is not Paul, but anyway, we have to talk to him. Let's go. Adi. Hey man, how was it?
Spanish.
Oh, Spanish. Only Spanish? ¿Cómo estás?
Beautiful.
Beautiful?
Hermoso, sí.
Maravilloso.
Sí. No, tranquilo, súper lindo.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí.
Súper lindo.
Relajado, al último.
La última...
Mirando.
¿Está bueno?
Sí, muy bien.
Muy bien. ¿No difícil?
No, sí,
okay. So, it was hard. It wasn't easy like that. I thought that. Oh my God, let's take a look. By the way, people, this is Ruth. Ruth is doing a great job doing the live ticker. You can follow all the messages. She does great coverage with the photos and everything. This is summer? Oh my God, we need to talk. Ruth is always on the point. She's so much faster.
Fred is there. And Paul is there also.
Coming down there, yeah, now we see the action he wanted to give us, right? Now we got something. Okay, let's you got 2 minutes. I'm coming after you, Ruth. Okay. Paul is putting on a show. You see him there doing some nice wing overs. Summer! Come on, get in here. So great. Well done.
It worked.
It really worked.
It worked.
What did you do?
I flew faster.
Faster?
Yeah.
but like low and fast, or like having
The critical point, I think, was getting high on the mountains before going out to the valley.
Right.
Because the leaders got stuck there.
And how high were you before getting out
Not
there?
quite high enough because I struggled with the leaders. I was like 1500.
1500, but that's higher than most. Marco!
But Ross got up
Get
to
stripped and we will talk to you.
1800. And that's how he came in. He took the mountains back. And that's
Who
how
was that?
Ross.
He was that first glider there
I think so.
doing the ridge run.
Yeah.
I saw Paul just above me, and another photon glider was just getting out there. And I
Yeah.
was like, who's that guy? Life Tracking didn't want to tell me.
Of course.
Ross did that.
I think he might have done it.
He did.
He did.
He did.
Yay!
I think he did.
Yeah,
We were
babe.
not sure about the... I don't know.
What's what?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Oh, well, anyway. But Paul had some tracker issues. I'm not sure. It's between Paul and Ross, but depending...
Yeah, but
the
Paul
live
Bond one day
tracking
we're
didn't
talking
tell.
overall here.
Yeah?
Where's Malecki?
It's true.
That's the
Well,
question.
he's not that far behind.
Ah,
It
it'll
will
be close
come down to
then.
the points. But how
We'll
did the
see.
girls do? Like, I see right behind you, Kevin Vanya in. I mean,
Oh, I have
she
no
will
idea.
score good.
She's fantastic. Yeah.
Who's landing? Oh, shit.
Yeah. Go talk to her.
she-
She's a leading lady.
She's our leading lady.
I mean, she is right. Yeah, exactly.
I should have known. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Summer. See you there. Who's landing? Somebody? Production? You just said that somebody is landing that we need to talk to. Otherwise, I just go to Vanya because, I mean, look at the hair. No, go for it. Okay, Matthias Helm, we get this is the follow-ups of the lead gaggle. Yeah. Hey, you just scored the fucking win in the ladies category, and you just came in with the lead gaggle. How do you feel?
Very good, very good.
How did you manage it?
Just follow them.
Just follow the guys.
Yeah.
Let them do the work. You get on top of them. Is that?
Absolutely.
Wow.
And push a little also.
What?
And push a little also.
Push a little. That's what I thought. Let's tell them that they're safe. But what was the most difficult part of this race today? Because it had its ups and downs, I think. Yeah.
Both were in the mountains, and to the point over there, it was quite slow.
Yeah.
And not very big lift, and it was drifting also, so that was a little bit difficult. But before and after, it was very nice and fast. So
like the only crux was like getting the turn point, getting the thermal there.
yeah,
And then the
on the
pushing
way
was okay.
back.
That was also difficult, huh?
Yeah, just for a little bit, and after here it was lifting the whole way.
Okay.
Both ways, so it was just to go. So.
Oh wow, okay, really nice. So, how does it feel to win like that?
I don't know yet.
You're not sure if you won?
We will see.
You sure?
No, I'm not sure. You told me.
I
haven't looked.
I have to verify. Production, please verify. But I'm pretty sure that you're fun. Anyway, so on that pretext, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Matthias Helm. We want to get Matthias Helm. Is he over there already?
No.
Or is he landing right now? I forgot what he's driving. What his ride is.
Rafi's on the way.
Rafi too.
Rafi's there.
Oh, I want Rafi. Is
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, let's get him right in there in the sweet spot with a nice flare coming in with the leaders. Oh, and we got the woohoo!
Yeah, come
But
on, buddy.
Let's go. If somebody tells me over Zello where Matthias Helm is exactly, I will run to him immediately. Hoopala! We have a lot of
SRS landing style.
ass landings here. All right. Oh no! Woo! Well, so good. I was flying a lot. Rafi!
Hello.
Hey, how
Hey.
you doing?
Fine. Happy.
You had a downer yesterday, and now you're fucking back stronger than ever. What is?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Thanks to the guy behind the camera. Turn the camera around.
What?
So this is Gaeta. He's my
Mental coach?
I could say he's my good spirit.
Guru?
No, I had a real mental breakdown yesterday. Just I wasn't in my
The flow zone, or
in my flow, and I couldn't handle my anger, which led to like a spiral downwards, which ended in bombing out 400 meters before goal. And for me, it's like there's still so much to learn, especially when it comes to the mental game.
Yeah.
And let me stop
Yeah,
this.
go for it. Tell them that you're safe.
So the mental game for me is still something I really need to work on.
I think it's also the thing that is underestimated in racing here.
Yeah.
Like everybody's concentrated on the material and everything around and the weather and all that stuff. But in fact, like how you wake up the morning and you take the race, it decides so much. Like, I talked to Pepper and he was like, you know, keeping it open, keeping it relaxed, and that's why how he can get the perception of everything what's happening and make his good lines.
And
that's how he
breathe.
wins.
Breathe. He taught me to breathe.
Breathing.
Yeah, finally
And
I breath.
You were breathing.
I was breathing during the race. Yeah.
Where exactly did you have a pressure moment where you were like, okay, that's
when I started to chasing the potato.
you have to explain that. I don't know
Okay. Chase the potato. He explained it to me. It's like chase the potato means when the ones above you or on the same level are pushing forward, you just go. But
Without
instead, you
having
just exactly without having the height. So instead, just take some more turns, gain some altitude, and
watch them maybe go.
Exactly,
get low.
and it was for me really difficult to let them go. So I learned today that there is my big issue when I see someone leave, that I do not leave.
Yeah,
and take my time.
Take the time for climbing.
Because height is my friend.
But especially today, because the high clouds came on like that, and suddenly it got slow.
I didn't believe that we are going to finish this race, honestly.
We neither. In the studio, everybody was like, they will not make it.
You bumped out?
Yes.
No! No!
Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I'm like, well, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
I'm super happy. Yeah. Thank you, Gaeta, again.
Yes,
the man behind the camera. He took me on a meditation today in the forest before the race.
Nice.
He really grounded me. And although he's a really young lad, you can learn so much from him.
I believe that.
Yeah, he's a good soul.
Thank you so much for that insight.
Thank you.
Have a good package. See you at the beers.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
You still with us?
Yeah.
It's fine. I think that's maybe the pilot who had to take off last because he slipped out of, like on purpose, he slipped out of his harness.
Ooh.
It's a safety thing and he reacted exactly perfectly fine, like how you have to react. Shall we cover it or shall we concentrate on the winners and all that stuff? First the winners, right? Let's go. So, production team, should be on Zello. Oh, let's go Marco. Let's get Marco. He did good positioning. Let's get him on the screen here. Or is somebody seeing Ross? I don't see Ross anywhere.
Hola.
Paul, come on.
Come on.
What happened? We were completely confused in the tracking.
I think I won with 1,000 points, but I have to see the result.
Yeah, we had an issue with the track.
Yeah, the tracking was showing something weird. We don't know if Ross won or you won.
No, me.
You.
I was at least 1 minute in front.
And Ross was behind you. So you took that away.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't know. I was taking the lead here on the beginning of this ridge. I was able to get into good position and ahead and higher than the group.
Yeah.
And I went along taking all the climbs on the mountain because I was planning to go out from there.
Yeah.
But at some point it was difficult to know the ranking because they were already so close to the turn point. And
but also scratchy there.
But that was not really possible to climb more, so I went. And the tricky part was coming back to the mountain.
But did you gather did you gather together then and climb out, or how did you get the lead out?
I was leading all the time.
With the group, or did you separate? Because like 1 minute before when you were saying that?
Well, we were, so then coming back to the mountain, Ross did the same.
Yeah.
I think he did even better. I don't know exactly how.
He
was behind.
Okay.
And then, but suddenly he came to the same thermal, and I was super happy because I was alone for at least 1 hour at that point.
I saw you two guys. I was just behind you.
And the tricky part was getting the first altitude again, and then it was obviously much faster on the mountain.
So you went
I was just a bit more aggressive to go because I didn't care so much. And he had to pay attention because he probably won the comp, so he had to just make go.
Okay. I'm so confused right now. Did you have to do the flats or did you scoot over the ridge?
No, I made the turn point and came back to the ridge.
Came back to the ridge. Okay.
Yeah.
We completely missed that on tracking.
Ah, shit.
Great move. I mean, love it. It's
that's a
obvious.
pity because that would have been quite exciting.
Of course, I think we will have to watch that back. We got the replay of the tracking, and that's
Yeah, but I did something similar than Ross for
Yeah.
sure, just faster.
But Ross was, I think, coming in over the flats, honestly, on the way to the last turn point.
No, we came on the mountain.
Okay, good. I saw you go there, and we will check on live tracking again. But anyway, congrats. I mean, first or second, here you're completely in the front and.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Today it worked. I wish I didn't bomb out the other day, but it's the game.
Part of the game, right? But the high cloud coverage, suddenly everything switching off.
Yeah, so
how was that for you?
Yeah, that's why I didn't dare to go on the flats.
Yeah.
It was quite a tricky moment because we take that turn point in the middle in Bassano. I give you the tracker, and I was the first to pick a direction, and I was hoping that everybody's coming behind me because that was a way longer route.
Yeah.
But I didn't trust the flats, and especially with this wind and the weak thermals, and every time you catch a thermal, it was gonna take you further away from goal once on the way back. But they did pretty good, and in the end we had this magic line, and again, so I arrived stratospheric.
Yeah, really good. Like also, I think the cycle was in your favor because others were coming behind me. They also wanted to run the ridge, and a lot of them had to abort and go to.
But I was higher there.
Yeah, you
I catch it.
Took the time
better
really
than-
good for that. Yeah.
And
done.
I took the time to climb everything.
Yeah. Really well done.
Thank
Paul.
you.
Thank you so much. Have a good one. See ya. We just missed the high five. That's always the worst. We had Marco. Let's get the gin team. No. Let's have the family. And we have Ross. Okay. If everybody's running around here, Ross.
Hello.
Hey man,
How's it
how
going?
you doing?
Excellent. How are
Well
you?
done.
Thank you.
So happy that to get you here and
Yeah.
go with that flying.
Insane move.
What did you do?
We ended up, well, the hard part about this is we didn't go optimized, so we knew we had to fly them by an extra 4K.
Yeah.
So we had to fly really fast, so we flew.
You had that plan from the beginning.
Yeah, it was possible. I knew
So
like
it was like
plan
plan A,
It was A,
plan
plan
B?
A, plan B.
And which was it, A or B?
It was A. I took plan A. Yeah. So I saw them all leave to this, but I've flown terrain like this in the Pyrenees before, and I was like, it's gonna work.
Yeah.
So we pushed it all the way to the corner, got to 19,000 meters.
Damn.
Pushed it on over the lead gaggle, tagged it, came back, and then ran the ridge back down and tagged
And we
it.
is?
Me and Pal, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it was funny because Pal, I didn't know he was there. We both flew our own flight, and then we met up here, and we just yelled to each other. It was like, yeah, let's go, buddy. So it was fun. I think we missed, I might have missed Mileki by maybe 10 points, but we'll see.
Only 10.
Only 10, but we'll see.
I think
I
he's
gained
somewhere
50.
in the first 10. He was very short on your heels.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think he took like the
The
flat.
mountain line, yeah. So I think he might have gotten it. He was flying excellent today, but
Yeah. I was always like, where's Ross? Where's he? Where's Pip?
completely different lines.
Yeah.
Well, I knew if I wanted to make it up, it had to be something different. So it was
So
fun.
it was good. It was great. I saw you guys getting out there, but you were also far apart at the beginning.
Yes.
I think Paul was quite like 1 kilometer.
Paul was
front.
way in front.
And
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
taking your time. I was just under you, in fact. I was looking at a photo. with the
Oh,
box
cool.
outside,
Yeah, I saw you. Yeah.
But I got flushed down.
Oh, you got
That's why
flushed?
I went to the little thermal that didn't work at all with all the guys trying to save their asses.
Yeah, I saw that actually. Yeah,
And
yeah.
in fact, I think you two guys did the magic line, and a lot of people wanted to follow.
Yeah,
but they
no one
didn't
could get it.
manage.
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
the cycle was kind of off. You took the time to get up there, but the
Yeah.
others were all pushing.
Yeah, they're all
past that,
pushing. It was
Or not getting
So I mean,
the time.
today we had a pretty good easy leveling. Like at 800 meters, you really only had a 0.8 climb. At 1,000 meters, you were at the 1.2, and then anything above that, you could finally collect with the 2.0.
Yeah.
So I knew that if we were here, and then this is all being scraped off from the wind. So basically, if you look at the mountain, the wind's coming from the southwest and kind of scraping all the thermals off.
Yeah.
And so my thought was, okay, let's get us to 12, 11, or 1,000 really, connect with the very top of the ridge.
Yeah.
And then in the lee side of that, because that'll be protected, duck in, take the climb up, and then go.
Love it.
Yeah, so it's
love
fun.
it. So technical. So
Technical,
visualizing
fun.
that, like what's going on.
Yeah,
But I got myself flushed in that lee side shit
Yeah,
afterwards.
the
so
trick about the, I
you
mean,
did it right.
depends on what you want to do, but the trick about this kind of lee side is really got to tuck in deep.
Yeah.
Because outside you get the wash,
Yeah.
but deep the wash goes over your head and comes
Yeah.
back up the terrain.
Yeah.
So it's pretty sweet.
That's why it's a pro here talking. So, thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah,
Really
we'll see.
well done. We're very eager to see the scoring in the end. Chris, Noel, come on. Sorry. Are you still okay, or should we try to get somebody else to hold the camera? Gaetan is doing great work. I was screaming at you the whole time.
yeah.
We were so often at the same thermal. We had that magic 6 meter, 5 meter climb
Very
out
nice.
of nowhere.
Yeah.
Where was that coming from?
I didn't see it, I hear it, because on the right side it was like, Wah! So I knew, Jelle, I'm gonna follow you there. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah.
So
I was like, oh shit, we're losing the lead gaggle. Now we need a good thermal or just race it to the ground kind of feeling. And then suddenly that popped up and everybody left before. So I was like, I should go after, whoop, and then it went up and it was just like, you just like, it takes you and drags you up, right?
Yeah,
But
that was a good one.
Crazy one.
It's
But
nice.
you were flying well. Did you arrive with the lead gaggle? Quite some, right?
A little bit behind.
Just behind them, right? Like, how was it? How was it? Like, I mean, how long are you flying now? You're like in competition. You're not that long, right?
2 years.
2 years. That's nothing. That's like me. Damn. Okay. And how do you manage, like, for people like just starting to fly paragliders, wanting to compete? How do you make it to the top of the SRS? Like
Well,
you did
well,
in 2 years of competition?
Well, I'm not at the top, but
Well, you're coming just like minutes after the leaders. That's what happened. That's the top. I'm sorry.
well, it's quite easy. You just not stand on the ground. You keep it on the first guys, and you
turn
never let
when
them
it
go.
climbs.
You never let them go in front of you.
So you're just chasing him all the time. And you're flying a glider that we don't see a lot here. What is it?
A Tau, advanced Tau.
Advanced Tau. And how is it going, like comparing to, and an advanced Impress 4, of course. How is it going comparing to the other top gliders that we see a lot, like the Photon and the GTO? How is it performing? Do you feel a difference, a problem there? Or is
No,
it like,
no problem.
problem?
I mean, also speed is similar, very
Similar,
similar.
you don't see them like
No,
getting
not
way
at
of
all.
you?
Even here, you can still overtake people, which with the same harness and everything.
What size is it? Like the weight range? Is
23 it is, yes.
23.
Yeah.
Like
And
until 95 just?
a little bit more. Yeah.
Like 100.
I think 100.
Okay.
Somewhere there.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't have any ballast in there because there's no
Not much.
space
Just a little
for
bit
it.
water, a little bit
Little
water.
bit,
But
yeah.
that's it. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
And still,
It's cool.
they can't get rid of you. They were trying.
Yeah, yeah.
And you
it's
just
cool.
got it like a good dog, like biting the heels.
The coolest thing is just with the Tau is that you can turn.
Yeah.
And you can turn very nicely.
Yeah, and you feel it well.
Very well, yeah.
It's
So
not
you
like
can
the
really
Photon, you
max
go
it
like
out.
deep and then sometimes it stalls or it turns. You don't know it.
Yes, yes. So that's really nice with that one.
Crazy. What was did you have any difficulties at some point?
Well, coming here.
Coming here, like which part? Like you were in the group in the flat. Yeah.
Yes, the group in the flat against the wind in this direction, and yeah, we took 800 meters, then went 100, 200 meters back, 800 meters, and like that, on and on.
Like thermaling, you got flushed back and then you go forward, and another one
you
like
have
that.
to have extremely patience today.
Yeah.
Never push.
But did it get stronger towards the end? I felt like the sun, the cloud coverage was there, very strong at the beginning, and then it kind of dissipated a little bit.
Yes.
Also now it's sunny, but we have still high clouds covering it a little bit. I felt like there was a push getting back in a way. Did you feel that also in the flats?
Little bit at the beginning was really, it's nothing.
Yeah.
You find one, everyone goes there.
Yeah.
And now at the end it was much more lifty.
I also heard like from the goal until Bassano and back was just lifty.
Yeah, it was very nice. Yeah.
Nice. So you arrived well over goal height?
70 meters over goal, so
Oh,
that's
like
okay.
pinpointing. Really good. Love it. All right. Thank you so much.
you.
Congratulations. It was a pleasure to thermal with you. It
was very nice.
A screamer.
A screamer. You're a screamer.
It wasn't. The thermal was a screamer. I just had to. You know? There was no
You
way.
expressed it.
Yeah, I just had to give it a voice. Thank you. Marco. His coverage is the best. Get them in there. Marco, we just had you on the phone.
Yes.
You were the best coverage, like the best talk we ever had, I think.
Okay.
Like from the air, from a pilot, right in the action, right in front.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if we had the streaming kit working at that time, but the telephone call was. Oh, thank you so much for that.
Okay,
one.
welcome. Yeah.
And the quality, how did that work? Probably with the integral.
Should I show you? I have it over there.
We will do a photo later.
Okay, yeah.
let's
No,
do
it's just a full face helmet, and I have the microphone directly inside the helmet, and then you can understand me quite good. And
Nice.
it's also important.
It's Bluetooth and radio? Or?
It's like from the motorcycles. You have a Bluetooth. My radio has a Bluetooth. And it's quite important if you have a good team chat over there that you can understand each other. So we all have like this full face helmet with good quality.
Yeah.
So we try at least.
Very nice.
Not every.
How much did you use it like today? Were there moves that were well communicated and that paid off?
Yeah, today we used it quite a lot in the flats. So we asked because someone was pushing in front, and then we asked a teammate, if somebody behind me is thermaling, please let me know immediately. Because you know, you don't see it. I don't fly with a mirror.
Yeah.
So and then you are alone in the flats and you're lost.
Was that?
Okay. Oh, I saw it.
That wasn't the P tube, right?
Wasn't a P
It was
tube.
like looking like the P tube, but
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, so you used it quite well there. How was this final stretch? How did you manage to stay with the leaders there?
It was like super slow, and we all flew together. We thermaled like an 0.2, 0.3 meter, and that gave the possibility to the other guys, to the second and third and fourth gaggles, to catch up. So we were like, I guess 100, no, not 100, but 50 pilots, and all together in the flats. It's just working because you work together as a gaggle.
You spread out a little bit, and
Yes.
then you suck in again for thermaling it up.
Yeah, right.
And how many thermals did it take from that turn point up here?
Too much.
Like
I don't know.
4 or 5? Or?
Yeah, at least. So we were like flying 500 meters, 600 meters. Thermal came with 0.1 and then drifted back. And
You took almost zeros.
Yes.
0.5 was, something good, but you took like zeros.
Yeah.
Funny, but because I also like thermaling. Sometimes I had some people thermaling something that was like a 1, and I was like, guys, it's on, but it wasn't defining a core really. And sometimes like I had like we just talked about it. I had the whole group go away because something looked a bit better in the front, and I just felt a kick, went with it, and suddenly it just took me and grabbed me and threw me in the air with a 6-meter reclimb next to where everybody was throwing it before.
Unfortunately, I saw you flying over there. It was at this ridge, and I thought I could follow you, but all other guys went into the flat, so I have to follow the gaggle because I know you don't fly the task.
But you should have followed me.
Yeah,
because I was right behind Ross.
Yeah.
And he took the time, I didn't, to get up the ridge.
Yeah.
And Paul Takas was like 1 kilometer in the front.
Yeah, I know.
And it was the winning.
I know.
But you shouldn't trust me. But you should trust Ross and Takas.
Always the same at the end. You're smarter, but but these guys just flying
know,
good.
of course, yeah. And nobody, I mean, it was shutting off more and more.
Yeah,
After that, first over the valley, you had to get the turn point and then decide flats or there. At the ridge, and it was a hard decision, and suddenly it turned off like that.
Yeah, I think there's no decision. It's just the gaggle. You know, it's like the gaggle decides. There's not only one person. It's just the gaggle. I don't know how it works, but when the gaggle flow outside in the flats, everybody follows.
If 2 persons decide we do this, then probably the rest is already going with.
Yeah, but sometimes you have it like 2 person or 3 person go out, and the gaggle stays into the thermal or take another way. It happens so often, so it's hard to understand. But always stick with the gaggle.
Another system is like learning again to be bees.
Yeah, right.
Oh, beer.
Oh yeah, that's good. Unfortunately, not for us.
Oh shit! Who's getting that beer?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think our cameraman has a clear preference. Never saw that. Like that's also kind of bee behavior, I would say.
It's okay, yeah.
No, let's check out your helmet because I need to have a photo of your setup.
Okay, sure. And my helmet.
And we need to have Magdalena just in a sec because she's the leading woman today. Let me get a photo of that. Oh,
That's
just
number 1.
right in front there. Flick. Just on the side there. But aerodynamic wise, it's not the best, right?
It's okay.
It's okay. And you have like 4 buttons to
yes, right.
to go around.
To take a call.
Yeah.
And then as you heard, it's quite good quality.
Yeah, it was awesome quality. It was really good. Oh, he's back.
Thanks to Jin.
They sponsored it?
Yeah. No, he didn't sponsor it. He just wrote me down. It's kind of Korean, I think, and it says always fly safe. I asked him to write it down on the
that
helmet,
one. Okay.
and since then I'm flying safe. Thanks, Jin.
Nice one. But the setup for the motorcycle setup, like how much does it cost?
It's not much. It's the cheapest thing on our sport. I think it's like just $100.
Okay.
That's it.
Cheapest in our sport.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair point. Okay. Really nice. Thank you so much, and congratulations on that and the well-flown task and making it through the flats. I mean, that was the biggest issue today, right?
Thank you. Have fun, guys.
Thank you, Magdalena. Fight! Get on to the gossip. Magdalena, I think we have to talk to you. You overflew. It's fine. Shall we do your hair quickly?
Oh my god.
You flew so well. We just have to talk a sec.
Oh.
Like, we want the gossip. I mean, you have beaten your husband.
Yes.
And you have beaten your
Stepson?
son.
Oh,
your
great.
stepson, sorry. Yeah. And how did you do that? And how does it feel to be the best pilot in the family right now?
Today, you mean? Great.
In general.
I didn't know.
And you're the best woman for now in the scoring.
Yeah, pity I couldn't fly whole week like that, huh?
Yeah, well, next one?
Yeah, there's always the next one, huh? Oh God, I don't know.
But you're set up quite well now for the season win, maybe. Like if you keep it
No,
up
I
like
just
that.
lost. But it doesn't matter. It's still fun.
Okay, but anyway, today's performance.
Yeah, today was
fucking
good.
awesome.
But I at the end there, I was so low. I was the lowest.
How
Apart
about,
from
how about?
no idea. But if you see everybody above you and you're the lowest one, it's like it's really stressful because you can't go. If they go, you lost.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, that was stressful.
And they're using you all the time to get the right climb, right? To get the right course.
It's like where? Yeah.
Shit. But how low were you? Like 100 meters, 200?
No, God,
Not
no.
a low safe, but quite like you were the lowest, and you're like,
Yeah.
shit.
Exactly. So I felt like I'm bombing. Obviously, that wasn't the case yet.
Well, a lot of people did.
Yeah.
Especially the flats, we lost a lot of people.
Oh, okay.
So we have like half of the field we lost over the whole task, I think, something like that. We only had the retrieve drivers are really busy right now. Let's say it like that.
I'm so sorry for that.
It's fine. I mean, suddenly this high cloud coverage will happen. Did you know?
I don't know, but we were like, I was looking at them and nobody was going to the flats, and I was like, what to do now? So we were following the ridge.
Yeah.
But everything below that, the plateau was actually quite dead.
Yeah, it was completely dead.
So I just like, okay, I have to go.
Yeah.
And
Did
so
you do this lane thermal right in front of the foot here?
I saw Tudor climbings, and he's climbing always, so I would just join him.
Yeah.
I would climb him and left.
Yeah. And he went away.
Yeah.
Oh, Brad, sorry. Now we have to have you. Now we have to have you. Come, both of you. We need some. She was flying better than you today.
Slightly. That's because I
That much. He gave me that much.
That's because I retrimmed a wing yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Only because of that.
Yeah, of course. That's the only reason.
We were flying quite often, more or less same. For the furthest back turn, but you were on the way. You just caught a magic line. Suddenly you were like 200 meters higher than me. I was just like 100 meters next to you. I was like, okay, I'll join in. A bit late, but I managed. And then you continued out to that turn point, but you came back.
Then I made a crazy tactical move, and I just kept on going and going.
Because you were
and
like
I bombed.
Oh, really?
There was a bunch of free flyers going into orbit, so I thought I'd try a slightly different route.
I saw one tracking go very further than the turn. But that was you.
That was me.
Why?
And then all shade came in and it all switched off.
Yeah, and you were very far.
And then I ended up 30 meters above the ground ready to land, and then I couldn't land. And I couldn't go up and I couldn't land, and I did about 30 turns trying to land 30 meters off the ground, and I couldn't get down. But it wouldn't go up either.
And then?
Eventually I got in.
Oh, you got down. So just slightly winning a lot.
Not a good day to me. Yeah.
Wow.
Mind, that's the game.
To keep the inner family rivalry up. Sorry. Mark, did he get further than you? Or yeah,
He beat me.
I think he beat you. I saw him going very low.
Everyone
here.
beat me. I'm 100 and something.
Well, you maybe
Today.
I think you have beaten maybe Gaetan, which also bombed more or less at the
Yeah,
same location
this
like you.
big name sponsor. Luke was bombed. And
Luke,
it's
we lost a lot of big places.
quite a few
guys.
names.
It's crazy.
But-
And they're like, and Paul and Ross just completely going alone over the ridge run, making it out over there.
Yeah,
which
I
is
know.
what the rest went low and had to go out.
But what they did here is what I was trying to do down there. So it wasn't a
But
bad
here it
move.
worked, and there
just-
it was like,
Exactly.
crazy.
Some, not others.
Look, How are you feeling like with this? I mean, it's your guys' event. You're doing a lot of it on the organization. You just keep this baby rolling. How do you feel now after a week like that?
Well, the week's finished. They're almost all landed, and as far as I know, no accidents, no incidents, nothing. Another perfect week for us. So that's the best bit.
Well, how do you
Very
say?
safe. Very safe week.
Very safe.
Yeah, pilots are doing
Still a
great.
few in the air.
Amazing.
Probably,
Oh yeah.
probably the biggest event in numbers and scoring. It's
Yeah, WPRS you mean?
Yeah, for the pilots and for the points, it's the biggest for them. It's also very central. Like everybody from Europe can like come in here. You had a crazy lot of applications.
Yeah.
So you're feeling. I would get like I would understand if you feel like okay, we're on a good roll here. But how do you see like the next couple of years? Just keep that roll going.
Oh, it's going to get crazy.
Make it bigger. Do you have some big plans?
Well,
Let's not talk about it. It's too much.
CIVL World Championships is 3 years away, so we know that we're going to get massive numbers of PwC pilots trying to jump
Trying to get in.
So the level is just going to keep going higher and higher.
How will you manage to cope with that? I mean, you have to double the team and
No.
have to at the same time you do 2 SRSs in 2 different locations.
Well, let's see how many read the rules. They probably all think they can just switch. They might realise it takes a while to get in.
So you really still want to keep it interesting for them and not just like for free.
Come on. These are great pilots. Why
Yeah.
would we, let in just PwC pilots just because? No.
Shouldn't be so.
There's no problem coming. It just got to come in the correct way, the same as we have to go the correct way to PwC.
But like so. Do now like the world champion pilots have to go through the pre-SRS to get to the SRS?
Or any event with a sport glider. Well, yeah, that's the best way.
But that is the selection.
With
They
the
have to
sport
have a
wing.
score.
They have to get scores with
They
the
have
sport
to have a
wing.
score before
Bring
they
that
come
in.
in, so,
They really have to decide now, huh?
Yeah.
You really want to give some concurrence to the PwC.
If they want to be in the 29 worlds, they've got to be planning to get into the SRS in the next year. Otherwise, they'll miss
Can you
it.
give me a bit more intel on the information on the 29 worlds? For
Uh,
me,
nothing's
it's new and
decided yet.
the viewers don't know
Okay.
yet. But like, what direction does it go?
So CIVL are in the very early stages of planning the first World Championships. I'm the chair of that committee.
Okay.
So at the moment there's been zero discussion.
Okay.
But we've made the framework, but now we have the CSC ranking. So CCC, we all know that's a top-end glider. CSC is the sports version of a racing wing. And so everything's in place now. Now we will start the discussions in 3 or 4 months' time after the summer for what the World Championships will be. But it's fairly obvious what most of it will be.
We're talking
So,
about sport class, world
sports
championship.
class, ENC, but ENCs that comply with the new limitations. Racing in 2029 for World Championships.
Do you think this CSC gliders, like putting those norms on, will also push the manufacturers to follow this also in general?
Yeah,
So
there's massive.
you try to influence for safety a little bit the production.
Yeah.
Of,
So
sea
the
gliders.
CSC basically limits the aspect ratio and some other things, number of cells, to try and stop the wings getting too crazy.
Yeah.
Because, the limitations are below most current wings, so they'll be safe wings.
So
in
the same
theory.
evolution that we have with competition wings, that they just got crazy death machines at one point, and they had to regulate it.
Yeah.
Same thing we try now to apply.
That was
here.
2012 onwards, and we know that history, so we're stopping that happening before it happens
Yeah,
this
we're
time.
killing Hitler before he
if you like. Yeah.
before he gets enabled.
Yeah, so
before he quit art school, let him get in. Let's do it like that.
So that'll be that, and then we fly it in 29, so you've got to be pre-worlds in 28. You've got to qualify for it before.
We have to put that in the work
You need
right
your
now. In
points.
fact,
You need to be
let me
planning
get
now.
in. I didn't get in with my PPRs. Just one more thing. We were talking with Summer. She's the Ozone team leader, and she talked about great programs from Ozone to push female participants and pilots to get better and better. Do you have something in the pipeline for also inside the SRS, a part of the female leaderboard?
I don't think we need to worry it yet, because the female participation is really high on the SRS.
Yeah.
So we're not seeing a huge problem. I don't know how many's here.
19.
19.
19.
Yeah.
And we've had up to 30 per event. But sports-wide, in free flying, it's only 5% female.
Yeah.
In competitions, it's 10%.
Yeah, you're having the best
So we are
numbers.
double
I
the
know.
competition norm.
But there's
you're
Navigator
doing.
Open in Slovenia, and there's 30 women confirmed.
Let's go. Very nice.
That's interesting.
That's why I'm asking. Like, it seems you're on a good roll with it, and being a role model, even for other events and other, I don't know, in a way of supporting. Like, what is your not poison? Your strategic. Like, you're just doing it, and you're just doing a good event, and the people are coming. Or are you?
Yeah, I think women like this kind of events because it's more relaxed. It's still fun. People are happy. There is no there is a rivalry, but it's very friendly.
Yeah.
And everybody is actually friends. There's
Quite
no
supportive,
enemies.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
You
and
know, even
everybody
across
is
the
supportive.
teams, so you know the ladies. And
Yeah, we have a chat group on WhatsApp for this event with only girls. So yeah, it's very nice.
Really nice. And is the team structure? We have mostly like 4 pilots and 1 is female. Is that given, or is that just okay?
Just 4 pilots. We don't put any demands on females.
Because that was the structure mostly in the teams, I think. But maybe that comes from the manufacturers and stuff. Okay, really interesting. I don't want to keep you even more like burning in the sun. Thank you so much for this information and the insights. Thanks for this great
a message to pilots
event.
joining us in Slovenia.
Yeah.
Repeat the question.
A message. What? Go for it.
What's your message to the pilots joining you in Slovenia, Brett?
The pilots joining us in Slovenia. Oh, it's very, very different racing there. Incredibly different racing here.
It's just 2 hours away here.
It's just 2
How is it
hours
so
away.
different?
Here we're on the edge of the mountains. We're out on just on the flats.
Okay.
There's in the heart of a mountain range, but it's also a small mountain range. It's a beautiful place. That's the first thing you'll see. The beauty is incredible in that valley. There's ridges are always close, so there's always somewhere to go to find somewhere to climb back out.
Okay.
But we do task as much as we can away from ridges.
Okay.
So expect very high goals, very fast racing, some beautiful water to swim in afterwards.
Please. Oh, yeah.
And everything's based in a really tight area. The campsite is the HQ, and most of the pilots are around the HQ for the whole comp. So it's
very friendly place.
Different.
Very friendly, very welcoming.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds awesome.
Yeah, be good.
Yeah,
Not so good for you guys. You got a hot, sweaty tent to sit in.
Oh no, come on, really now? Well, now we have a hot, sweaty hut.
Okay.
There you go.
It smells a bit more
Similar.
of wood, but in the end it probably is the same.
Yeah. Probably the other big change for the pilots is they don't have to walk up to launch.
No way.
They drive you to launch.
The drivers, the whole way.
You got to walk up, but we're talking a super shallow 3 meters you have to walk.
Oh, I love it. All the place. Suddenly everybody grows a belly. It's like, I don't need to.
Yes.
Thank you so
That's
much.
good.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
We'll see
Have
you
a great
soon.
one. See you at the beer and at the prize giving.
Absolutely.
Prize. It's
Prize
a
giving.
sorting. No, how is it? It's a prize giving.
And a glider from Skywalk for the lucky winner. Lucky lottery winner, not the winner of the comp.
We should get all the Skywalk pilots getting in here.
Let that sink in, ladies and gentlemen. A glider from one of the leading manufacturers in the sport of paragliding is up for grabs. So if you have always wanted to get a wing without paying for it, then SRS is one of those competitions that you can make that magic happen. And on that note, we have come to the end of our task 5 in the sports class racing series edition 2, courtesy Skywalk, right here in Bassano del Grappa, the foothills of Italian Dolomites. I, along with my entire productions team at Paragliding Live, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for joining us for this 5-day event. We had a lot of fun bringing all the magic to you from the skies and the ground right at your screens. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, do your own bit. Make sure everyone in the circle and the community gets to know about this initiative that we have time and again done a lot of work towards to bring to your TV screens and wherever you're watching us. Do not forget to join us once again as soon as we are back with the next SRS edition. We will keep you posted on every single channel where you follow us. And on that note, I, Aninder Singh, along with my co-commentator, Jelle Johansson, thank you. Until next time, that's all for now.
Thank you guys. Production take over. Thanks.